Bruh.
Hello everyone, happy Easter! Welcome to the stream. Welcome. I hope you're having a good day and relaxing on this Sunday. Welcome everyone in chat. Welcome Random Blue, Momo, Sixer, Bloody Zellos. Hi! I hope you all are doing awesome. Snappy! I'm looking up and see who all's here. But yes, everyone lurking and listening, welcome to the stream as well. We're gonna color some eggs today. And we're also gonna try all kinds of snacks, some things I may have not tried yet before. So let's do this. It's gonna be like I don't know if you guys have tried these yet. They're like fruit punch peeps. I have not tried them. I figured I would try them today and see what they taste like. It looks so cute. Thank you. Thank you. I'm not sure how long I'm leaving these weird little hair things in here, but I just wanted to do something different, so I'll probably end up pulling them out in a few minutes. But thank you. But welcome everyone. Peeps, looks adorable, me lady. Thank you so much, Bloody. I hope you're doing awesome. Lady, can I get a shout out for Momo, Bloody, and Sixer? Just, oh yeah, and one random blue too. All the streamers in chat. Please. Not allowed pouts? I know. I was like, I could braid them, or I could just throw them up and, do things and stuff, so here I am. But I'm gonna play some Stardew after we get done with everything too. And I don't want to take too long to get started on this because my water's hot. You gotta put the dye in the cups and all that, so I'm gonna stream some of that as well. Let's see. Fix my screens. Thank you for doing all the shout outs. Dutch braids. Yeah. Be so pretty. Do you have a black pair of bunny ears? trying to keep the theme. No, I don't. Unfortunately, this is the only pair of bunny ears. So yeah, if you redeem cat ears, we're just in trouble. We won't have bunny ears. It's okay, lady. Okay, wait, not redeeming, then the lady. Okay. Yeah, if I had different colors, that'd be cool, but this was the only colors I found so far, and they're actually pretty cute. You can see they're like pink. It's kind of hard to see at the other angle, but they're pink and they're cute. But welcome, Crisis! I did put cat ears with the bunny ears the other night. It looks kind of silly, but it works. I did do that. I totally did that last stream on Friday. Woo! But yeah, because I didn't want to take off the bunny ears. I was like, nope, nope, not taking off the bunny ears. I'm doing it. But yeah, let me switch screens and do some stuff. Mono the cat bunny. You know, I mean, because cats put on bunny ears, like you dress your cat with bunny ears and it works, right? Alright, so we're gonna switch this real quick, and I got water here for myself as well, so this is nice. Breathe. Breathing is good as well. But alright, let's switch to this camera for a second. This one shows me and what I got going on. And we're gonna take and put some colors in each one of these. Cute little face on the cup here. We won't talk about what happens when it changes colors though. But yes, cute little cat cup. We're gonna put, let's make this one red because he's angry. We'll make this one the red one. So I gotta put some dye in there. Let's see. I don't know how many to put. I think it said like 8. So I'm gonna put like 10 to be safe. So we'll put 10 in that one. Some vinegar. It says like a tablespoon. So we're gonna wing it. We're gonna guess. We're gonna do like 2 capfuls and say that's enough. I also have like napkins on hand. And then you put in the hot water. Not all the way though, because we don't want to you know, overfill with the eggs. Alright. And then take a cute little solid white egg. Oh, I don't have my thing to drop them in. I gotta go get that too when I go get more hot water. Put the red one in there and let it do its thing. Looks pretty cool. All right, we're gonna go on to the next color. Pika hat. How am I gonna do? I guess you can put the bunny ears over the Pika hat. That would be cute. That'd be so cute. All right, then we got another cup. All right, let's do that. Let's put the bunny ears over the Pika hat and see what it looks like. And okay, so Pikachu decided he wants to be a bunny rabbit, and how we're gonna do this. So there we go, with the little Pika ears kind of sticking out. Now I look like, I don't know, some conglomerate of things and stuff, so it's lit. Okay. Pikachu with ears. Alright, we're getting the blue. Hype, hype, hype. Yeah. Oh, I got a thing for that now. I got a thing. Where is that? I got buttons now for stuff. I can't hear the music. How did I turn my music down so far that I can't even hear it? It doesn't have to be loud, but I like when I hear something, not white noise when I step away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 drops of blue. Professor Oak experiment gone wrong. Yeah. And then we got 2 caps of vinegar. How pretty blue that is. And I hope my water is still hot enough. There we go. Then another egg. We're gonna put this little guy in here very carefully. And there you get blue. And I'm gonna move my peeps. I have peeps everywhere. And then a drip bloom, guys. Don't catch. I'm pretty sure I have it, but there you go, just in case. And then I have my Pusheen cup. Oh, I didn't even show you this cup. This one has a cat tail and face too, so it's cute. You got all the faces going on. Oh my god. Momo, I am special. I'm something. I don't know what yet though. Oh, let's do purple. Do purple. Let's make some blue and red and get a purple. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Try that. And then maybe like 4 purple or 4 blue. I wanted more purple than blue, so, or more of a magenta. We'll see what that color looks like, and we'll add more of whatever color we think we need to make a purple. See, that one looks very, I don't know, kind of gross and blue. I don't know what color that is. Let's see. That looks extremely blue. I don't think that's gonna make purple. What do you think? I think we need to try again. Momo called the drip bloom, so I'm gonna wash the Pusheen cup out when I step away to make the purple. And we'll try again with more red this time and a lot less blue. Watch streak 7. Thank you, Nick Duffy. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, now we're gonna do a green and a yellow. And these cups are much smaller, so I won't be able to put as much liquid, but it might be kind of cool because I'm thinking maybe I could dye like half the egg one color and half the egg the other color. So we're gonna see how this works. Okay, that's green. And then we got yellow. Happy Easter anytime, thank you. Can't just add more red. I thought about it, but the blue is so rich. I think it would take a lot of red. So it might just be easier to start over instead of using so much food coloring. Okay, so I'm gonna do 1, 2, 1, and 2. I feel like, and then we'll see how that. I can only fill these up so much, so hopefully I can I don't want to put an egg in there so I know how full to make it. To do it like half and half. There, let's do that. And fill it till half the egg is covered. I'm just gonna be very gentle with these guys. And do the same thing on this one. Okay. So we've got all our eggs making here. We got different colors going on. Let me see if I can move my mouse. And then move like things over a bit. Oh, crud. Getting blue everywhere. I knew this was gonna happen. Getting dye all over myself. Look at my fingers. Already. I'm doing a good job here. But yeah, we're gonna move this closer to the keyboard. Yes, we have liquid snare electronics. Best idea ever. We know. Don't really want to move these. Move them really slowly. Okay. I'm gonna go rinse Puccino. Get a little bit more hot water. And I'll be right back though. Thank you for joining me as we dye some eggs. Then I think I have like 4 more eggs. I cooked like a whole dozen, but they boiled so like fast and hard that they broke each other. So I broke like 4 eggs in the process of just boiling them. I don't know what happened. I don't know. I think they were really thin shells. We're gonna say that. It was really thin shells. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. My chair turned all the way around. Mist. Splashes Crisis Goat. There you go. Alright. So I rinsed out my cup. Oh, I forgot to check the air. It's like hot in here. I wonder why. Maybe like because I got a hat. Okay, I am back. And I'm ready for round 2 with the colors here. So we're gonna try. Can't really see what I'm doing here. Oh, too many things, too much stuff. There. we're gonna use less blue this time. 2, 6, 7. Let's do 7. And let's try like 2 drops of blue to start with. Nico, dash, welcome. There's a Nico command. Exclamation Nico dash, exclamation Nico. I forgot it was a thing till the other day. And I was looking at all my commands. Alright, I just used 2. I don't know if that's gonna be purpley enough or not. We'll find out. Here we go. The vinegar. 2. 2 cups full. Now it looks black. What the heck? It looks like black. That does not look pretty at all. I'm sorry, that is red and blue. What the heck? Alright, we're gonna add water and hopefully it turns purple. Okay, I think it's kind of purple now. We're gonna have like the ugliest eggs. It'd be awesome to have a black egg. It's a void egg. Oh my god, it's a starting void egg. Maybe we'll have to make a void egg on purpose. We're gonna make a void egg, right? Alright, and then do this to carefully put it in there. Yeah, no, it's purple. Look at that. It's immediately, it made spots on this one. That's so pretty. Okay, it's gonna be purple. It's definitely looking like a void egg with the spots. We're making a void egg, Rain. It's for Stardew. Just so you know. Okay, remove the boiling hot water away from myself. And then we're going to look at delicately flipping these eggs as we do it. That's so weird. This yellow one has yellow dots on the top already. It's like it's seeping up through the eggshell to the other side. There's yellow dots on it. I better wish that it'll stain the mugs if you split. I think, yeah, it will stain them a little bit, but then it'll probably cover it out, actually. It's not too bad. Alright. I've done mugs before. It doesn't stain as much as you think it would. Okay, so now that my fingers have blue on them, this is going to be interesting. But yeah, look how yellow that is on the bottom. Now I gotta figure out how to precariously hold this one. It's on this napkin. Until I'm ready to do. I'm gonna put it back over here on this tray for a minute. So I can get the green one out. I think I'm gonna need more napkins. I got Easter napkins for this. And I'm not using them. Okay, we're gonna carefully come in here. Come on. Green egg. How green that is! Oh my gosh, so green. Now we're dropping this one in the yellow because we want the other side to be yellow. I say we're dropping it in there. I don't have one of those little metal Easter egg kit things. By the time I went to go buy Easter egg kits or whatever for dyeing eggs, they were gone. So I just decided I was gonna do it this way. And make it myself instead of using the kits. But I do miss the little copper wire that you use to pull them out. I've never seen this. Really? Well, this is cool. I'm glad you got to see something new. Yeah, this is how we mostly do them. And actually, we'll draw on them with like a clear wax crayon or different crayons too. Because then when you dip them, it doesn't show up. But I don't have any crayons right now. So maybe I'll do this again next year and get more creative so you can see other ways we do things. Because we'll draw pictures on them and then dip them in the wax of the crayon. We'll keep the picture. So now I'm going to stick this guy this side there. And they won't be perfect. They're gonna end up with my finger paints. We just do the drawing painting. Do you still use like food coloring to paint them? Or what do you use? Okay, I gotta find my extra napkin. They're pink. Sorry, they're not Easter. They're pink. Of course they're pink. I'm wearing like mostly pink. No water paints, please. I have special. Or we could pop them off. Oh. Interesting. Oh, I can't reach. And napkins. Because we're gonna look at these other ones now and see how it turned out. We started with the red one, so we really should check the red one. See how it looks now. Oh my god, it's gorgeous. I'm not even gonna want to eat these. They're so pretty. Look at that. Isn't that pretty? So yeah, Momo, it's just food coloring and vinegar. That's it. Food coloring, vinegar, and boiling hot water. Pretty. Just gonna like rolling it around on the napkin to help get off some of the excess moisture before I put it over here in my thing. How many eggs are you doing? I got 3 more to do. I should have bought more, but you can't really see it like that. Yeah. And then sometimes we'll take and like, I'll show you in a minute. We'll do some more things to it. You'll see. But that one's pretty. Now we're gonna look at the blue. There's a blue one. Or the water. And then it's blue. Navy blue. See? Beautimus. So yeah, it said it used 8 drops. 8 drops would have worked. You would have had lighter eggs. Obviously, I used 10 drops and I got like really, really vibrant colors, which is okay. But it also means when you go to eat these, you're gonna have more of the colors on your hands as you peel them. And then we're gonna check on this purple one. We wanna see if the purple is actually purple. Purpley derply. See? That's the blue. Here's the purple. Here, blue over here. I love kitty. Let's see, I think let's use this. Maybe I'll get a different napkin. I'm gonna have like purples. Funny thing is I put a towel down over here, over there, to make a mess over here and not use it over top of my St. Jude mouse pad, but I'm just doing it over my mouse pad, making a mess. Happy Easter! Dang, it's not really bad. Lambert has been caught. I missed Lambert. How many? But yeah, happy Easter, Thor. I hope you're having a good one. Okay, here's the purple. Definitely looks more like a void egg here. Rain, you got your void egg. He's like pretty black. Now, if I would have had a red crayon, I could have drew the dots on it, you know? And then you would have had the speckles. You can kind of see a little bit of the speckles in it. But it would have been nah, black. It's a purple, but it looks more black. You can see some of the void spots. I could leave it in the purple even longer and see how dark it gets. This is how dark this void egg gets. I might do that. I should put it back in there. Let's just put it in there and forget about it for a little bit. Alright, we're gonna take out these pretty half and half eggs that I'll try not to get my fingerprints on too much. Green on one side, yellow on the other. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty egg. And then, of course, the other one will basically be a duplicate. Put that over there. Because it has the green on it. I still want to try to make a purple. So I may try dyeing like one like really deep red and then dunking it in the blue real quick. Like just for a second. And see if it makes purple. Yeah, 2 colors. There you go. Meow, meow. Eat it. Let's see. And then, yeah, let's do that. Let's prepare another red one. So, Mr. Black Cat, Mr. Black Angry Cat is back. And we're gonna drop this one in there. Let it cure for a little while. And the blue is just beautiful. I might do another blue. Blue. Which you can't see. And then we're gonna do some mixing on the other ends too. I'll show you that in a second. And Simi Diaz! Hello! Happy Easter! Welcome to the stream. Big color and eggs. I'll show you guys what we've got so far. We got these guys. One. And then the others are in there. So yeah. Happy Easter. Thank you. Alright, I want to dip the egg the other direction, half and half. So I just gotta figure out what color I want. Probably the blue and red again. Now that I've got all these colors everywhere. Sometimes that makes it easier though when there's already an egg in there. Because you can just kind of like hold it and hover. Beautiful, thank you. My cute little cups. My cute little cups. The angry one has the red in it. And then Fusheen's over here making void eggs. Fusheen's making void eggs, so. Now we're gonna take it and I'm going to hold it like this. And just hold it there. I don't want to let go. So, not yet. We're gonna see. See? And then, hold on. Trying to strategically plan this. Put some more water in the yellow. And we're going to dip out in that way. These are definitely gonna have my fingerprints because I don't have the little wire, copper wire things to hold them right, but that's okay. And obviously the water's not boiling anymore, or I wouldn't be able to stick my fingers in there. Okay, now I need a napkin. And I can't reach that direction. I need to put some over here. And then let's see. Oh, what I'm doing. Oh, it's got my fingerprint. Like it's completely white in that spot because I had like a death grip on it. Hey, it looks kind of like a Pokeball. It's an ancient Pokeball. Let's see. And then we're gonna take it, put just what color do I want to do next? I'll do the tip in green. Just the tip. Gonna hold it. There we go. Oh, that one's so pretty. Okay, this one's gonna be so pretty. Look at that. Pretty colors. And then we're going to go dip just the tip in the blue, and maybe we'll get purple. No, get blue. That's okay. See? Look, isn't that so cool? The That's a cool looking egg, if I do say so myself. Yeah. There you go, guys. One egg with my fingerprint on it. If you have the little copper wire things, you could do a better job and keep your fingers off of it. Did you get the idea? It's pretty. Looks good? Thank you. Alright, we're gonna call that one done. I don't want to ruin any. Alright, some of these other ones now we can play with. Let's see what we got. Use that. Alright, we were going to attempt to make purple. I don't think the purple's working. But we'll fill this red egg out. Could make it orange. Like half of it. Okay, I don't want any blue on it, so we're getting a fresh napkin here. Don't want any blue on this guy. Or blue in the wrong spot. A wild. Oh, the crocodile looking thing. Get it? Can I buy any more Pokeballs? You don't have enough. Do I have enough for these? You don't have enough. Do I have enough for these? Success. Okay, we got plain ones. Alright, I think we're gonna try to make this egg half red, half orange, maybe. Let's see. I can hold it in the yellow for a second, and then I'll show you guys. Oh, it's trying to slip out of my fingers. That's not good. We don't want to drop it. I don't know if it's gonna work. I don't know if you're gonna be able to see. Maybe I'm just gonna drop the whole thing in there. We're gonna try to make orange with the red and the yellow. Because I don't have an orange one. Just let it go. And then we're gonna check on this blue one that we were gonna try to turn into purple. It's so pretty. Gorgeous blue. What you guys think? So pretty! Does this count as me eating blue food? Alright, now we're gonna drip it at the end of it in the red for a minute. See, it doesn't really do purple. It just makes it a deeper blue. We're experimenting. That's okay though. He's kind of purple. Kind of cool. Oh, pretty. Thank you. I think I'm just gonna leave that one like that. It's gonna be pretty, just like that. And then we're going to check on our orange one we're making here. Kind of orange. Move these out of the way. Kisses! Oh, thank you! Thank you for the kisses and loves. Okay, we're gonna compare this. This is my attempt to make orange next to the red. Come here, red. Well, yeah, no, you can't really tell on camera. This one is a little bit orangier, and this one's redder. But on camera, it's kind of hard to tell. You can see a little bit. You can tell a little bit, but yeah. There we go. And now we're gonna check on our void egg. Void egg. Pusheen is hoarding our void egg. Oh my god, he's so black looking. Definitely a void egg. It looks brown on camera, but on here it looks black. I'll show you guys too. Yeah, I didn't even think to show you guys this camera. Right? Look at that. Void egg acquired. Alright. Now that I've made a royal mess, look, we've got all the eggs we made. That one's got like little speckles on it. Just from the natural egg texture, it makes speckles. Yeah. There we go. So we can switch back to baby. Eggs. And then you can see like that one looks over here. Can't see them as good on this camera. Did you get the idea? All the pretty eggs. Woo! Okay. I'm going to leave this right here for you guys to look at for a bit while I start cleaning up. You guys can look at these beautiful babies. I start cleaning up all the dye stuff, and then we'll have like snacks, and there's like quite a few things that I've never had before. I made myself an Easter basket, so we'll try some of those things. Also, we'll crack open one of these eggs and try it. I bought this crazy ranch dressing that's actually pickle flavored ranch dressing. I don't know, we're gonna try it on one of these eggs. Never had it. We'll find out if it's any good. But yeah, thank you guys for the retweets, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you for all the likes and retweets and all that good stuff. Appreciate you. Oh, I should take a picture and post it in Discord before I eat them. I should post it online too. Let's see. There's one. And I gotta take a picture of the void egg. How am I gonna know which one to eat, huh? Which one are you guys gonna want to eat? Let's see. Hold it like this. Hold it up. Come on, phone. Focus on the egg, not on me. There's a little bit of water in that one. Whee! So yeah, this one's a little wet. I forgot some of these spots where the eggs were sitting. I should have dried them out as I took them out. Yeah. Rabbit. Let's see. Oh well. Okay. And I did. And then. Alright, time to clean up. And you guys can stare at the pretty eggs while I clean up. And once I get clean up, we'll have some snacks, like I said. And then we'll look at Stardew. Of course. See, it's gonna be fun carrying all these dangerous things of food coloring, so I'm gonna take my time. She's not here! It's because you're here, artist. I'm hiding. I can't be seen. I'm not really here. I'm a figment of your imagination. Let me know when you're gone so I can come back. Just kidding. not here. Still cleaning up. I'm a figment of your imagination, so I got too much stuff. I don't even know what I'm doing with all of it. And then a fork I didn't use. Showered. Listen! Oh yeah, catch the Celio, guys. Catch the Celio. Go catch. And then okay, I'm back. I bring a knife and salt because I'm salty, and I bring this crazy ranch dressing that says it's dill pickle. We're gonna try it and see if it's any good. I have not tried it, so if it's nasty, it's gonna be like, what? I'm mad tired, don't laugh at me, Hex. Rude. But yeah. Oh, I didn't bring my drink either. Okay, 1 second. Got my cute little Hello Kitty cup, and we're going to, I got ice in it. So Zoom. Why do we have salt and pickle ranch? Because we're gonna eat an egg. That's why. So, I'm gonna dig through my bucket here, that little Easter basket, and get out the plates. We're trying all the things today. That's what this is gonna be. You're gonna see me try all the things. So, cute little Easter plates. Little plate. So we're gonna put the plate here and move the egg from the cubes to the side. Let's move where you can see them a little bit. I think I'm gonna eat the duplicate since we have 2 of these. I'll eat the duplicate. Alright, I don't know how you guys open eggs. I'm just gonna pop it, if it will, on this. There's a mouse pad here, so it doesn't like that. There, you hear that noise? There. Pop it once on each end, really good, and it kind of like busts the whole thing. And then you just pop it a little bit. Oh, violence, yes. All the violence. We're gonna eat one of these eggs now. We're gonna find out how good it is. Peel it. And yes, the dye does go through to the egg itself sometimes, so there's a little bit of yellow spots on it. Yellow. Alright, we're gonna use the second plate. Make sure there's no little pieces of shell or anything left on it, because that's no good eats. Alright, we're gonna make that go over there. Get another plate. Pop it on the sides and firmly roll. Okay. It's so funny how there's so many different methods. Alright, then we're gonna cut it in half. There it is. All cut in half. Violence. And now we're going to put a little salt on it. May not need it with the ranch, but I'm not jinxing it, so I got some pink Himalayan salt here. It's pink as well. Look at me. A lot of pink things going on. And then I gotta open this stuff because it hasn't been opened yet. Ugh. Usually it gets a long piece of the shell and a few bits left over. Nice. Pro egg popping here. There. I want deviled eggs. Oh yeah. I can bake deviled eggs. Now, I got plenty of eggs. Because I had 4 eggs that cracked during the process, so I didn't even bring those out here. I didn't even dye those. I have 4 eggs I haven't even dyed that I can turn into like egg salad. I can make egg salad sandwiches. I can make deviled eggs. I'm gonna be eating eggs. Need to visit Sprouts and get your container refilled. Oh, the Himalayan salt? Y'all do that? I kind of wonder why they call it deviled eggs. I don't know. Good question. They did that with a lot of things though, like devil food cake and deviled eggs. I guess it's too good to be good for you, so it must be of the devil. I don't know. It's of the devil. We can't eat that. I don't know. I don't know. We do. We have it in bulk in our department. Oh, that's so cool. I'm still trying to get these things off. Anybody else have that trouble? Like, it's sealed so good. I can't get it off. Sometimes I just stab it with a knife and then pull it off. Bite it. That worked. No, like these types of recipes came out when everything was new. Was of the devil, right? Must be of the devil because it's soup. And it's new. You're rocking the system. Okay, that works. Now we're gonna put this on there. And then we're gonna put it on these egg halves. I don't know that I've ever put ranch on an egg before, but we're gonna try it. I figured why not. Your dentist will love my advice. Yes. You did what? How did you chip your tooth now? It's not bad. Makes me want to like mix dill relish in it though. So you actually have like little chunks of pickle in it. That'd be better. It's not just any ranch, it's pickle relish. It's dill pickle relish. I mean dill pickle ranch. Try it with mustard. Just straight mustard. Is that how you eat them? I'll do it. I like mustard. You guys are just making me want. No, straight mayo. No. I'm gonna have to turn them into egg salad and deviled eggs if you do that. But yeah, if you're just joining, here's all the colors. We made a void egg. And then this one's kind of orange, blue, with 2 tones of blue. A red one, multicolored. He's got a different color on his bottom. Ah, there's some water in there. I'll have to fix that. But yeah, it's multicolored. Then we have this one that's 2 colors. And then we have a blue. So they turned out really good. And I just ate one of the duplicates, so. Gonna put the void egg in sight there. There you go. Yes, that was how I ate them when I got them in my box lunches in the military, and I still eat them that way. Also, Livin says hello. Hi! Hello. Drink the mayo? I am not drinking the mayo. Rain, that is for Stardew only. And when you drink the mayo, you're drinking dollars. So just remember that. You're drinking our dollars. She's drinking our dollars in Stardew. Okay, I will go get the mustard and try it that way. But this is actually pretty good. I just want to get some dill relish and mix it in it though. Give it even more of an oomph of pickle. And then I have more things to try too. I have like desserts and stuff, not just eggs. So let me go get the mustard though. Back in Michigan, you need to calm down, right? Okay. Mustard. Hopefully it's acceptable. It's Heinz yellow mustard. It's not French's. Okay. I don't know how much to put on there. Is that too much? Maybe. I'm gonna put some salt on there too. Just because I can. Nope. Is that how you eat them? Right. It's actually pretty good, and it would be healthier for you that way than ranch or mayonnaise, because they're not that good for you. Mustard's definitely better out of the three for you. Artist, you don't own that ball. I'm gonna move my trash can closer. Okay. Are we ready to switch from eggs? Some water. I had my protein. Now I can have dessert, right? Alright, bye Thor. That's some high quality protein. All you need now is some nuts and a steak, and you're good. It's sorted. Oh my goodness. But yeah, bye Thor, bye Lemon. I'm gonna try these fruit punch peeps. Fruit punch. Oh, and then we're gonna go back to dill stuff. I'm gonna eat something sweet. Or should I try these first? These are dill carrots. Maybe I should eat this before I go to the sweet stuff. I've never had dill carrots. Pickled carrots like that. So I figured why not? It's Easter and I'm a bunny, so I gotta eat my carrots, right? Can't believe I actually was able to open that. They smell good. They're a little floppy. Like my ears. Carrot? Mm-hmm. Rabbits gotta eat carrots. They're actually really good. Mm-hmm. I can't wait to eat them when they're cold. But yeah, they're really good. I'll definitely enjoy these and probably get them again. So, alright, put all that stuff over there that I gotta take back to the fridge in a minute. Jay! Welcome, Jay. Thank you for the hugs. Okay, so I've had my protein and I've had my veggies. Now I can have my dessert. Let's see. But yeah, Jay, we made all these eggs. Look, they're so pretty. Even a void egg. Colored some Easter eggs. Yeah, and you'll be proud of me. I made my own Easter basket, and we've been eating different things out of it. We're gonna try these next. Oh, and I got stuff in it. So. I'm gonna try these. If I can get into them. you get all the crinkly bag noises. Crinkle, crinkle, crinkle. ASMR stream. Okay. Now that I open these very precariously, and I have made a mess, because nothing ever opens right. Now I can slide out a roll of fruit punch. Peeps. Look. Peeps. We're gonna try one. Poor little chicken. Hey, that guy's eye. This guy, their eyes are on top of their head. And then the other one's on the side. If you look at it like that, it looks like they all have one eye. Because the other eye is on the side of their head. One-eyed chickens. Baby chickens, yep. I couldn't eat my own kind. I didn't get the bunnies. I couldn't eat the bunnies. Well, they didn't have the bunnies in fruit punch, and I've never had fruit punch. Poor little chicken. Poor little peep. These are good. They'd be better dipped in chocolate. They make yellow peeps dipped in chocolate. Like just chocolate on the bottom. I had those. Those were so good. Now we're gonna have like a sugar coma. I'm gonna eat 2 of these. And then I'm gonna try something else. They're good. Like, I wonder if they dye in my tongue red. My tongue matches my lips now. All the food coloring. All right. I also, wanted to be girly and pink, so I put ice in here and got one of these pink drinks. So we're gonna try it. I wonder if I should shake it. And then we're gonna pour it in here. Ooh. It's full because I put so much ice in here. It's gonna overflow unless I drink some of it. I'm not even gonna be able to put the lid on. Not bad. It's rather mild in flavor. I guess it's kind of like strawberry. I just got a little bit of a tang to it. But now I have that to drink. Trying all the weird things with Mona. Okay. What's left in my mystery bucket? Well, I'm not eating all this candy today. I did get a Nerd's Rope Tropical. And I haven't had that flavor. And then I found some watermelon bubble gum, which I love watermelon. I know what that tastes like. And then I got the Reese's sticks. I've never had these, so I'm gonna try these. Let's see what Reese's sticks taste like. I like. Anybody else had Reese's sticks before? I mean, I love Reese's peanut butter cups and peanut butter eggs. Try to only pull one out. Yep, yum. There it is. Hi, Meadow. Hope you're doing good today. I am. Thank you. Trying Reese's sticks. These are better than the fruit punch peeps any day. Just saying. You can't go wrong with chocolate and peanut butter. And there's 4 of these in here total. I have all the sugar to eat while we're playing Stardew today. Much better than pickle candy. It was gross. And then I'm gonna save the nerd throat for later. And then I have cute little things to open them. It's a little mystery bag. Rain will like this. I don't know which one I get. We're gonna open it and see what we get. It's meows. Me meows. Cute. Let's see what color I get. Oh my gosh, it's adorable! Look, it's got stars! I love it. It's so cute. Look at that. Look at it. Look at that work. It's so adorable. Gosh. There, I'm gonna put it right there. And try not to get, you know what? Better not. It's gonna get dye on it. But yeah. Rain, you can't steal it. Just saying. It's so cute. Alright. The other kawaii cat thing I got was, I don't really know what this is. It's called LOLs, but it's Hello Kitty and it's 50th anniversary Hello Kitty. So we're gonna open this little egg-shaped ball thing and see what it is. It's mine, Venus, I can't. She is listening, sorta. I was wondering. I just dropped food on the floor. Let me grab that real quick. There. I didn't want egg being down there forever and not being able to find it. I had to wipe my knife off so I can get into this 50th Hello Kitty thing. Away from your face. It's still not enough. Violence. We're using violence again. Let's see. Isn't this the cutest container. Look at this. It's got little things on it. Look at you, so cute. It's got stripes and little hearts and little bows. And we're gonna see what's in it. Does it twist off? Or does it pop off? I don't even know. I feel like I'm gonna break it. I don't know how to open it. Pokemon, Poketch. I might need assistance. I need an adult. I feel like it twists. I just want to like bang it on something. I was just like smashing on the desk. It's like, yeah, that's what I feel like doing. I can feel it like move just a little bit. I don't want to break it. They are meant to be twisted. It won't twist off. Maybe if I use this paper towel as extra grip. I need an adult. Who wants to come help me? Oh, hold on. I think I got it to twist some. I did. And now maybe it should just open because it looks like it twisted a little bit. This is Mono struggles. This is me all the time. Just saying. I screamed? Yes. Okay, we've got it open. There's like blue paper. Finally got it open. Oh, there's all kinds of stuff in here. Is there something in each one of these little things? I've never bought one of these before, so I really don't know. Why are there so many? Okay. So that's just like a tag or maybe a sticker? I don't know. Is that a sticker? Might be a sticker. I'm not sure. Oh, that's funny. It tells you how to open it now that I've got it open. Oh, it stands on here. This is like the stand and you put the thing on it. So it's gonna be a doll. And she stands on it. Interesting. And her arms move. She's supposed to stand on it, but I'm telling you, she's just gonna fall off. And I'm thinking she's naked, so I'm sitting on my foot and my foot fell asleep. So we're gonna see what's in each one of these little bag things. Oh, it's a Hello Kitty backpack. Oh my god, that's so cute. That's adorable. And it's got the 50th anniversary badge. It's a little backpack thingy. That is so cute. Alright, let's see what's in this one. It's a hat! It's a little Hello Kitty hat! I feel like such a girl right now. Congratulations, Jay, on catching him. Okay. I feel like every one of these little bags has something in it. It does. Is that like a little lollipop or something? It's a little heart lollipop. I guess it goes in her mouth. Or she's blowing heart bubbles. Definitely never bought one of these. Sunglasses! Oh my god. They're Hello Kitty too. See? Little bow. I love those. I need those in real life. So I'm guessing the idea is to dress your little doll up. Maybe. If I can get it over her ears and head. Maybe. There. She has her little shades on. Her little hat. And then I think they had her arms like backwards so you could get the bag on her. But I want to see what else we got first. Let's see. That way you can see her. And then what are these? Oh, those are her shoes? They're different colors. She has a blue and a pink shoe. Those are cute. And then I'm hoping this is clothes because she's naked. But yeah. Looks like clothes. Like a shirt and shorts. So we're gonna put her shorts on. If I can. This is not as easy as it looks. How do you put their clothes on? I need an adult. I need an adult again. Somebody help me. I feel like I have to stretch it a little bit. And there. She's just gonna be like mooning everybody because I can't get it over her butt. It like rolls. Her butt's hanging out. I'm just saying. It won't go over her butt. Randy, come help me. I'm sure you've done one of these. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know how you're supposed to keep the pants from... Her butt cheeks are just too big, and pants roll. Okay, I should have put on the pants before I put on anything else. Yeah, because that's just gonna be a thing. And then, where'd her little shirt go? There it is. I've never put... This is such a challenge. Okay. Her little shirt's on. Now we can put her arms back. Maybe the backpack will hide the fact that her pants are not up all the way. You guys are probably getting a kick out of my faces. Yeah, now you can't tell. She's got a cute little backpack on. Yeah, you can still see her pants aren't up all the way. She's just adorable. Her pants are falling down. That's just it. She's a child. She's a child. Give her a break. Now we're gonna put on the little boots. Is that the front or the back? That's the front. One shoe. One shoe is pink and one shoe is blue. So that is a thing. She's got two different color shoes. And now we're gonna put her shades back on. Thank God you don't have to put the earrings in. Put her... I guess she's blowing a heart bubble or something, or it's a pacifier. I don't know, maybe it's a binky. And then she's got her cute little Hello Kitty hat on. There you go, guys. She is complete. Shoes and all. I had no idea these were a thing. And then I just saw Hello Kitty 50th anniversary and I was like, okay, we're gonna see what this is. And I'm guessing now she fits on the stand. Now that she has her shoes on. We did it. Hi, Sixer! Welcome, welcome, welcome. But this is adorable. I like the ball so much. But yeah, I'm gonna put this over here now. Safe. In my bucket of candy. Sixer, you want one? Okay. My eggs. I think I took the lid to the kitchen. And then I'm going to Thank you, Nick Dothy. Sixer, did you see the carrots? Dill pickle carrots? And this was the dill ranch dressing. Dill pickle ranch dressing. I had it with the eggs. I ate one of the eggs. we have fruit punch peeps. I'll be working on those while we stream some Stardew. So I am going to jump into Discord in just a minute. But first I want to take these other items to the kitchen so they don't spoil. Thank you so much for the lurk, Nick Dothy. Sixer, can you give Nick Dothy a shout out? That's okay. I like to. People deserve to see your art. Nick Dothy is an artist, guys. Definitely check out his work. He posted in Discord sometimes. I look forward to seeing more of your art post. Alright, Momo, you know where to find me, Momo Rain, if you guys want to play some Stardew. Rose Mike, when she comes back, artist, you guys know where to find me. I'm muted and deafened, but I'm in there right now. And we can play some Stardews. I'll let it, I'm gonna hit start in just a minute. After I put said items back in the fridge. And put these in the fridge for the first time. Oh, they're so good. I want to eat them. I want to eat the whole jar. Appreciate you. Of course. Appreciate you too, Nick Dothy. Why did it change back? I told it Stardew. So weird. But welcome everyone. Thank you for lurking and listening. Avro! What do you need, ma'am? Oh, I needed shout outs, but I took care of it. Thank you so much. There you go. You get one too. Thank you for being here. But welcome everyone that's lurking and listening. Thank you. Happy Easter again. We dyed eggs. We tried fun creative foods. And I feel like booty. Oh no, I hope you feel better. Happy Easter, sweetie. Thank you so much. Thank you. Would you like a fruit punch peep? Peeps. Fruit punch flavored. I'm getting the evil eyes. What did I do, Rain? I think I can turn off my other camera now. We're gonna turn it off. Save its battery. Now I'm hot and cold at the same time and my body hurts all over. I'm just scared. This is what fruit punch peeps are good for. I think turn your tongue red, make them match your lips. Just saying. Oh, hi. Hi, Rain. Welcome.
You were deafened, so.
Yeah, I did hear you join. Mama, you can join us if you want. We're starting to do Stardew. Can I crank it up? Turn it on.
Rings is a little upset that he doesn't get to join.
Oh, Dreams? Or who?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Next time. Yeah, we're starting Stardew. If you're interested.
I'm just waiting for you to open the gate.
Yeah. Turn that off. Gotta turn this off. Yeah, quickly. Hanging laundry and I'll join. Sweet. Be right back. Okay. No worries. I'll be here. Why is the game not showing it?
Because it's being. I don't know.
Why is it not showing?
Almost looks like your overlay is frozen too. Unless that picture's just always static. I thought it moved.
Give me a second. Might just have to load into the game for it. Oh, I forgot to hit co-op though. That doesn't do me any good.
Yeah.
Since when did I miss the completion of the Mew drawing? No, I haven't started the Mew drawing, honestly. So you're fine, I need to plan a little bit more because what I'm doing is Mew, Gengar, and Umbreon. I'm gonna do all three, and I want them to work as 3 pieces together and separate. So you have not missed it. And I just gotta figure out why Stardew is not showing me its stuff, so.
I'm guessing you didn't test it before you started stream.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's no different than it was last time I streamed Stardew. It did have an update, so it might be a capture issue with the update.
I think it would be. I don't feel like it's ever had any capture issues with updates.
Cancel. Properties. Oh, yeah, it's trying to capture the modded version now for some reason. Which it worked fine the other day, so I don't know. Okay, there we go. Not sure if I mentioned it, but the Discord account I had was locked on me in a sense. Oh no! So did you try to join and couldn't join, or your old account? And you think you asked us to get rid of it, but I don't remember what the old account was.
Yeah.
What was the old account, Discord account name? Let me double check real quick while we're talking about it again. because I will remove it while we're talking about it. Evil heart, okay.
No, I like that. I was impromptu brushing you.
If it'll let me. Maybe that's what it was. I tried and it wouldn't let me. Ew. Maybe it'll let you kick out the old account, right?
Let me see.
In Discord.
What's
Should have a profile picture of a roaring lion. Yeah. Evil heart. It's like I just can't click on it to kick it.
Okay.
But thank you for letting me know. And you're more than welcome to join again.
I don't know how you couldn't do that, because I could.
I don't know.
Did you not go under the members tab?
No, I didn't do it that way.
You have to do it that way.
I did it like at the search feature and searched for them and tried clicking on them and doing it.
No, you have to go.
Yeah,
under
I
the
did it
members
the
tab.
hard way. Okay, well, thank you, Ray. That's why I have you, because you are a pro. And you're a good friend.
Did you see the new fancy thing I added to? Well, yeah, you did, because I posted AI images in here.
Yeah.
I think we maybe want to move your selfies thing into media instead of just the text channel.
Because it's like pics.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Other than we won't have the history of them.
Well, we can archive.
Right.
We can have a little archive or whatever.
Let's see. But thank you, one. We took care of that. Sent one. And feel free to join again if you wish. When you get a new account. And maybe you already did. And I don't remember.
Bad move.
To do what? Oh yeah. I have to decide whether I want to archive all that though or not.
No, that's fair.
Thank you. I just wanted to keep the server safe. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Because sometimes people do get new accounts, and I do try to get rid of the old ones.
Yeah. Should give me bot and admin access,
And then
since I can do all the things more.
I'm gonna turn you up so I can hear you.
Oh, rude.
I mean, I can hear you, but you're like really quiet. I don't know why you weren't quiet last night.
I wonder if it's a sensitivity thing.
I want to make sure they can hear you. Yeah. And then
I'm on there.
I posted my void egg to the story, my Instagram story. And now I missed everything that I was looking at.
Ooh, did that fix things? I did a mic boost.
I think it's fine.
Okay. No, I don't want that.
Oh, don't turn her up. Six
That's
would be
so
nice.
rude, Six. So rude.
Smoochum appears. Oh, catch Smoochum if you want it. Okay, alright, I'm gonna stop. Move my
Really
keyboard where I can actually do stuff again. And play games. Meadowland Farm.
Meowlands.
Meowlands, yes. I called it Meadowland, didn't I? Oops.
Yeah.
I think I called it Meadowland when I did a post earlier. I forgot I changed it to Meowland because the one was Meadowland and it failed because I picked the wrong map, which I need to go in and delete that save. And then I changed it to Meowlands. I also have a trash can lid on my head.
Oh look, it's raining today.
Primal feature, blah blah blah. And
Venus sauce, yay! I learned how to make radish
shorts.
salad.
Shorts. All the shorts.
Oh my god, his shorts.
Yep.
Oh yeah, it's summer now, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. At least it's raining.
I
They don't have to go. They don't have to water the crops or anything. Is it bad? I kind of want to move the cows up here near the house to go to the park.
No, not at all. But also, we have to reorganize everything. That means we have to clear out everything.
Clear what?
You know how I am about organization.
What you talking about?
Oh, I didn't say hi to the chickens. I guess I should do that.
Yeah, you can do the chickens and chicken on the cow unless you already did.
I have not checked on the cow yet.
Oh.
I actually forgot we had the cow.
We have cows. Read the last message. Hey, Mono, guess
busy.
what time it is? I don't know. What time is it? Adventure time?
It is 5 p.m. here.
Get some milk.
Yeah.
Put that in there. And put that there. Sticker! Yay! Hollow gets a sticker. I need to write that down. Welcome, Crowley! Welcome, 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 welcome. Yeah, I'm gonna make a note right now that you get a sticker so I don't forget. Let's see. I'll probably wait and send it when I order new ones. Happy Easter to celebrate. You too! Happy Easter! What can we make, Crowley? Hold on, I gotta find Big Me again. And I gotta move my peeps. We made eggs! All the eggs. Easter eggs. You're full of ham. I have peeps. And they turn your tongue red. See? It's like a little bit red. But when I eat them, they turn my tongue red, so it's pretty crazy.
I found Grandpa's shrine.
Hmm?
I found Grandpa's shrine.
It's way back there in the back.
Yeah.
Over the bridge to the right.
I grabbed the copper axe so I could chop down these stupid things.
My tongue's red.
Okay, I'll put it back now.
Okay, what were we working on next? Do we even know? We did the
I don't
animal thing. We
remember.
did the silo. Maybe we just need to buy a few more animals and craft a few more animal things, probably.
Maybe.
Because we only have 2 chickens. I don't think we have the money to buy animals yet, though. So we gotta make money.
No,
That's all we
I
gotta
think
do.
we'll be okay.
Because we
I
gotta
did
get
already.
we need at least a second cow.
Mm-hmm. Yay!
Almost finished it.
I upgraded my
Random
wood
that
cutting
needs to
speed.
tell you, Lady Rain, about after stream.
Oh
Okay.
my god. Oh dear lord.
Sounds important. Random thought.
Oh, I
Okay.
guess.
Oh yeah, remember the railroad track area opened up while we were
Yeah.
doing things and stuff. The spa. Oh, there's carrots inside here, or whatever they are this season. I think they're butternut squashes. I'm sure we need.
Probably an invite to the Dead Inside Club.
I'm sure we need infinite stew.
Stupid and not important in the slightest. That's fair.
Oh, okay. And J3! Hey Trouble, how was making eggs? It was fun. They turned out great. And then we tried one of them with a ranch pickle flavored, dill pickle flavored dressing.
Oh, yeah.
It was pretty good. And tried one with like straight mustard. And then we went on to trying pickled carrots, which were good. And then trying different desserts that I hadn't had, like fruit punch peeps. My tongue's super red. How are you though? Happy Easter. I hope you're doing awesome. Frog! I like I'm just mining rocks mindlessly up here. Not sure what my goal was. I'm just vibing. Nice.
I need to.
You doing things with fam and stuff, or just chilling and normal day? I decided to make it not a normal day and wear bunny ears, paint eggs, and make myself an Easter basket. Oh God, Momo! A random Momo joins us, and I didn't have the camera up, so I didn't even see you join either.
Yes.
I didn't have that
really
screen
fun
up.
if I heard it.
Great success.
Turned slightly blue from the Easter egg you ate. I feel that. I don't know if you can see, I have colors on my fingers. I have a little blue. So, yep. But here's what we did. All the eggs. So, they turned out so good. They're so pretty. Momo is trouble. I swear, that child. Thank you for shouting out J3. Can you shout out Crowley as well?
No.
Journal update.
I'm
I don't
scared.
know.
There's a bird in the server now.
There it is.
Do you play Stardew by chance? I should know that, but I don't. It's terrible.
Okay, I don't think I even know that. don't like this. I'm gonna go back to stereo.
I'm just gonna top down this random tree. I feel productive.
Our farm will be featured.
Right? I know.
We're famous. Famous
I
farmers.
chopped down all the stumps.
The mayor being lewd again.
Oh, I'm back. Where is the list of current stickers? There's not
we
a
don't have one?
list. I mean, you can make one if you want in a Google document. Hollow, since you have them all.
I have them all too.
But no, I'm gonna do another painting one. Probably the Pikachu one. I'm gonna make the
Alright,
Pikachu one a sticker.
nah.
Because I know you don't have that one. Nobody does, because I haven't made it yet. Did anybody go to the beach yet? If not, I'm going to the beach.
No. Where did all
Also,
the fish
Kimono,
go?
I found a game that I think you would like that I can tell you about later as well. Sweet. Okay, if you want to put my name down for that later, I'll take it. Yes. I put it down.
Oh, wait,
So I just gotta order them.
Oh.
I'm a slacker. I should be able to order them this month, so I just gotta put it together and make sure it fits in the shape I want. Or actually, I'll probably wait until they have a sale, to be honest, because I don't order those stickers at full price. I'd like to do the circle ones again. So Rain, if you see the circle stickers come on sale, let me know and I'll grab those and do that. Or I'll take another of that emote above. Yeah, Kimono Chew. Oh no, it's you.
Oh, I don't want that.
Doing all the things still. Did anybody forage in the forest?
Not
No,
yet.
no, I could go if you want.
I'm there, that's why I'm asking.
Oh, okay.
I didn't want to like walk around the whole circle if somebody already had. I decided to spend my day foraging since it's raining.
Do we have a copper pickaxe yet?
No, I don't. You're the tool maker. You can go make the copper pickaxe too.
I'm not sure if we have enough copper yet. Yeah, no, I have the
Yeah.
the copper axe now, but not the pickaxe.
That knows. I can't spend any money with you. It costs too
Alright,
much.
the area's open.
I'm saving my money to buy a cow. So our cow, so Beef isn't alone. Beef is lonely right now. Beef is lonely. We need another cow. Huh. They don't really get lonely, but you know, we're looking to increase profits, and so we'll buy a cow.
Plus at midnight.
I'm making my way that way. Making my way back home.
On my way.
I'm on my way.
And then I gotta see if any of the stuff I collected is needed for the community center. Ooh, the purple things. That's not. I should have planted my seeds. I'll do that in the morning. Okay. We are. Oh, I forgot we moved everything in this one, so I gotta figure out where stuff is.
Oh.
The wood is over here, if I remember right. Woods and the wood seeds and such. And then, where do we find sap? in that one.
Chopping down trees.
Oh shit!
No,
I
I'm
didn't
looking
make.
down which folder to put stuff in. Basically.
I
Oh.
didn't make the thing. The fertilizer thing. I can't make it yet.
Huh?
No, it's okay, but it's 1:30.
I know. I know. It's fine. I'm next to my house.
I don't know what
so-
you're talking about. I should have sold some items, but I didn't. I'm a sucker. Wait. Slumber party. I just step away. Last message. Wifey yelled at me over medicine for toddler. Okay. But yeah, I'm gonna make a sticker. It's gonna be the Pikachu painting.
Gather.
1 a.m. Bye. Gotta do my stuff now. Okay, good luck, Hollow. Bye bye.
Anyone want nuts?
Um.
That's so hard
Freaking stupid lantern, fuck off. Sorry. Keep picking up the creepy lantern.
Let's
Very
see.
good fortune today.
Hell yeah. I guess I should go fishing.
It doesn't have a person yet, so. Okay, so you're gonna go fishing. I'll go check on the chickens real quick, and then I'm gonna go buy a cow.
We need to water too.
Oh, yeah.
No rain today.
No rain! Dang it.
Damn. I didn't
Rain,
realize
why
I
not?
wasn't gonna be around. Ooh, what fish do I need for the community center?
Good question.
Excuse me while I go to Stardew Wiki.
What the heck is growing there?
Thanks to Momo's ingenious knowledge.
What?
Posture check, thank you.
Steam?
The what
Stretch.
game? Wait, I can't. The music is so loud.
Browser and Steam.
Oh, yeah. I love that. Somehow it reset all my volumes again.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh, okay, I can hear people again.
Sounds like a Momo thing.
The gang being a bit.
Catfish, tiger trout.
Yeah, the in-game browser is so good. On the Steam browser.
Okay, so we're gonna go in here.
Tiger trout.
Talk to them.
Can't access that. Shit.
So,
Alright, well I can't get that.
so.
My energy's gonna be dead after all this watering.
I'll come water what you can't water at the end. So don't like you have to do it all.
Okay.
I will do it
Might
at the
be
end.
able to
I'll help
make
at the
it.
I can help at the end of the day. Well, also you can lay in bed. Don't forget about that.
Oh, right.
Because it's multi,
Yeah,
so you can go
nappy.
lay in bed for a bit.
Yeah, I'll
Afterwards.
finish the watering now.
Best part about multi is you just go lay in bed, take a nap.
Like I have
Recharge.
10 energy left after watering all the fields.
Yeah, I kind of did that on my save right now on my summer farm. I messed up and planted too much, and now I like all I can do is water, and I'm like, dang it. Until those crops are done, and then I can like plant less. But for like the next 10-15 days, I'm stuck watering everything. I'm like, no. Yeah, I'll probably hang out. Yeah.
I keep hearing the noise and think I've been playing Talia, and so like I want to like pull.
Oh, we gotta go here.
I've been fishing so much in Palia.
Mm.
Okay, we're gonna purchase a cow. What are we naming our cow?
You're breathtaking.
We have
We already
beef.
have beef.
Aw, thank you.
Angus.
Angus.
Name him Phoebe.
Feet?
Phoebe.
F-E-E-B.
Phoebe.
What's beef
Beef
backwards?
backwards.
Oh, Phoebe. Okay. She said
Love it,
feet.
Phoebe.
I'm terrible.
Yeah, only feed. Yeah.
See nothing.
Ugh, that's not a sturgeon.
How are we not able to make fertilizer yet? Is it just me?
You can make fertilizer as long as you get sap in your hands.
I can't make it yet. I'm not leveled up enough, I think.
Oh, I think
must
it's like
be,
farming one.
farming.
Well, doing all that watering will help.
Yeah.
You're probably upstairs.
Right. Oh, we have enough copper. Okay, so I'll go make the pickaxe.
Yay!
Bubbles.
And then after that, I think
Oh
I'm
shit,
off
we don't have
road.
enough money. Fuck. Never mind.
Sorry.
No,
We'll
it's
have
fine.
money tomorrow. How much money does it take? So we know.
2,000, I think.
We'll work on money then. I'll collect a bunch of stuff to sell tonight.
That was a fast fish.
And if we have any extra fish we're not using, we can sell those.
Mm-hmm.
If the community center doesn't need them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to fish for a sturgeon right now.
Yeah, we'll definitely need that in the community center.
But everything else I catch will be sold.
I've forged a community just now. So you know.
Don't want a fucking carp.
I think that's all I have.
Yeah, I got a treasure chest with this one. I better catch it.
Community
Oh my
center.
god, I finally caught it.
You did
Wasn't even a
it!
fucking sturgeon.
Yay! So good.
Did you just give her a daffodil? She's insulting you, isn't she?
Okay,
Is
I'm
what?
gonna take one
Just
of
being
these
insulted you.
grapes
No, she
Just
liked
get
it.
upset. Oh,
and turn
I
it
didn't
into
realize she liked
jelly.
daffodils.
Because I think we need jelly for the community center too.
Yes.
Where
Part of
can we
artisan goods.
fish pike? Here?
Oh, hold on, I can look.
Do we not have a thingamajig? Where did you move the preserve maker?
We didn't have one.
Didn't have
Pike
one?
is in the river,
Hmm.
in the town or forest, or the forest pond.
Okay.
Wood, stone.
Thanks.
Good thing I already had it up.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I should. Yeah, you're lucky that one's an anytime one. Not restricted by time.
Make him preserved. Jelly.
Yay,
Make it some jelly.
jelly.
And we have here. Use and the recyclables because I can't wait till we get the
Please
ability
be a
to do the recycle
sturgeon.
machine. And I'm gonna put this down here. Momo to hopefully be able to craft fertilizer soon because that'll help her out. So I'm gonna put the sack
Oh,
in
that
with
was
the
not helpful.
seeds and stuff.
So, what else do we need then? I can't catch that one. Mushroom sauce?
Jesus, I had to wait a minute to catch glasses.
Splash!
Right?
Let's
Tilapia
see.
and red snapper.
Holy shit, what the fuck is this?
Oop.
Huh?
And hook.
Did you get
Maybe
a
attacked.
Oh, dead.
fast
Okay,
one?
no. Yeah, very
Okay,
fast. Up, down, up, down, up, down.
Yeah.
Auntie
I
Momo
had
get the
that problem
500
with the
cookies. You
sturgeon.
got the hugs for the stream.
Oh.
And it's past time to catch the sturgeon.
Cookies!
Not the walleye though, because we definitely need that guy. Oh, he's
Mhm.
in the rain. Damn it.
Right.
Alright, well. Guess I'll go sell my fish.
Yes.
Stupid.
Okay, so that fast moving thing is a sturgeon?
No, not for you.
Oh.
I don't know what it is.
Stop being
For me, I
unfair,
had a
fish!
couple.
Selling all the things I can.
Oh, I
fuck
see why you needed a pike.
Yeah.
It could be a pike though. I'm gonna
Whatever
come fish
fish
and
you
help
need
you
this
with a
way.
pike.
Go.
Now I need one too.
Watch out for the owl, Momo. Giant owl.
Oh, I got it! Perfect
Yeah.
catch!
Yay!
Never again. Fuck fishing.
It's really hard.
It's even a silver start one.
Oh my god. We gotta give it to Demetrius.
I don't want to.
I know.
It's just 100
Not
gold.
like we need it, yeah.
Who's Demetrius again?
Robin's husband.
Yeah, I ain't been giving people all their stuff. I don't know.
Oh, it was a quest.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't
The
have
bike,
that one
yeah.
yet. I got
It's
shorts
at the
and.
bulletin board.
Oh yeah, I don't always do those. Let's see.
I mean, it's 100 gold, so I thought, why
Yeah.
not? But I
Yeah,
can
that's
probably give it to him right now. No, it's already locked.
Mm-mm.
The fish is
You get
probably
it in
worth
a
more
while.
than 100 gold.
Should we
Who
just
knows?
sell it?
Yeah,
I mean,
it's probably worth
silver
more than
fish.
100 if you sell it.
Yeah.
But I want the price
The
ticket from
cheap-
him.
What is the price?
Whatever's in the mayor's house. Whatever the arcade thing is.
You get that from the fishing pike thing?
Yeah.
Really?
That's the reward I had on there.
It says, oh no, I get to keep the fish. You get 100 gold, you get to keep the fish. That's for me.
Oh,
Ah.
cool.
Okay,
That's
cool.
even better.
So, double the
He
money.
just wants to look at it.
Dirty bastard.
Yeah. I know it's late. But I'm in the middle of trying to catch a fish.
You can do it. It's
You'll
fine.
make it. It'll be fine.
I got one. I got a
You'll make
pike.
it.
Oh my god, that was so difficult.
The pike is really difficult.
Oh, bastard. It's a good thing I was in town, so I wasn't very far.
Yeah.
Okay,
Mine's
This way.
silver star too.
let's go.
Alright, I'm gonna sell these other fish that we don't need.
Da, 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 da.
I'm gonna put the trash
As we make
away.
our way back. Let's see. We have seeds.
Bedtime.
Mm-hmm.
I just said hi to the cat since no one said hi to it.
It's okay. We can't afford extra animals yet, so I'm not worried about making the cat happy yet.
I'm going to pet this cat.
You can pet
Every
it
day.
every day, though. But yeah,
I
we
don't care.
can't afford the animals, the extra pets yet, so.
Oh, we have to have full friendship with it anyway.
Go to
Mhm.
bed, go to
Mama!
bed, go to bed, go to bed. Oh, that's me.
Mama!
Holy shit, I only haven't clicked yes yet. I'm sorry.
I
I was on the confirmation
You're
screen.
just
I
sitting
didn't
there
go there.
extra.
Look at that.
Who's extra? You're extra. No, Rain's being extra. Rain's extra special.
I am.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And
Could need to lighten Crowley's color some more.
okay, I'm done wearing this hat. I'm gonna put it in the dresser.
I don't know this person yet, though, do I?
Crowley?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this
Probably
is the
not.
same Crowley.
Probably not, though. I don't
Sorry.
think they've met.
Oh.
Mm.
Really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I was
Because
confused.
mostly we talk to Crowley in Michigan's Discord, so.
That's fair. Interesting. I thought you knew them.
Nope.
Da, 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 da. I'm helping, Momo.
Hmm?
Said I'm helping.
Yay.
You guys see that? I'm gonna wait for the Robin's place to open so I can give Demetrius this stupid fish.
Let me know. Did you do chickens yet?
No, I will, huh?
Okay.
Let's
You want to do
see.
it, or I can?
Oh, you can do it if you want. And get you some
I'm
farming.
gonna say hi to the kitty.
Get you some farming experience. I mean, some animal experience.
Yeah.
Guess I'll try and catch a sturgeon while I'm at it.
Go love on thems.
Hi, chickens.
Hello. Six here with the low.
There's 3 now, right?
Mm-hmm.
I got a new idea.
See? I knew it. You needed to do that.
Yay.
She needed to go check on them so she could help herself.
Alright. It's 9 a.m. Demetrius, we can talk to.
Selling the mayo, yes? All of it?
Yes.
Yes. Money, money, money.
Don't forget to water your cat. Does it actually do anything?
It makes it happy.
Okay.
Yeah, it's part of taking care of your animal, making it happy, I guess. I don't know. That's a new feature. So I don't know if it has to be watered and
new.
petted.
I
French-
know, it was always there.
Well,
So you
yeah,
get
but the
price tickets
friendship.
and 100 gold.
Yeah, but the friendship to get a new pet is new. I mean, you could always make friends with it, and you could always water it, but the requirement to have a certain friend level in order to purchase a new pet is new.
Okay, he's seen it.
Didn't want a bullhead either.
Where did you go, Rain?
I'm over here to the right.
Demetrius is in the house, you know that, right?
Yeah, I know. I already got him.
Oh, okay. Guess if I sell it at Willie, then we'll have enough money maybe for the
Oh yeah, do it.
right?
If not, I have fish in my inventory. I can sell him too.
Wait, should I take it with me?
You
'Cause you're
can
up
take
here,
it.
right?
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah. Just give me a second. I'm just catching a fishy fish.
Yee.
Working real hard with my muscles. That
You did it.
motherfucker.
Yeah, that
Right,
was.
there's the fish. Here's the fish.
Wait, you got the ticket from the Dimitri thing?
Yeah.
I didn't.
You wanna take it? I'll give it to you, and you can go to the mayor's house.
Oh, sure.
Here, I'll give you my pike too. You want to
Nice.
take the geode to Clint?
Sure.
There you
Taking
go.
everything she owns. Yeah, thank you.
You're going that way anyway.
Yeah, that's why.
Uh.
Gave me her pike.
Oh, we're terrible.
No, we're exactly the amount of right.
I'll level up tomorrow too. I
Level up.
don't want a fucking chub.
Don't. Yeah, okay, well. No, I wanted to click you. I didn't. Well, I got a puffer fish from the trash.
Oh, I thought he died.
Nice.
Yeah,
We need
needed
that, actually.
Yeah. But the grumpy man saw me.
Sprite.
Oh well.
That's
if
why I
catch
didn't get
one
the
more chub.
ticket. I didn't see the cut screen yet of that thing.
I
I
haven't
makes
seen it
sense.
either yet.
So you got a ticket.
Yeah,
and I
because I've
got
been
the
in the
100
mayor's
gold.
house.
Right.
Oh, I also got
Summer's-
the 100 gold.
Oh, jeez. Well, summer squash seeds. We got them.
Hell yeah! More summer squash seeds. I
That's
saw
a new
Mona
product,
had
isn't it?
one. That's only forageable, or you attain it from that stuff.
Oh, cool.
Here. Die already. Bat. Batty bat.
The amount of chub I
I'm
have
here to
caught.
sell my. Oh, I haven't
So
even
stupid.
been in. What? I'm confused. Okay, selling the pike. Yeah, they're 250
Well, this works.
for 2.
Hell yeah.
There you go. Monies. Do not sell the pufferfish, Momo.
No.
Okay. Go pick
Oh, I
this
got a red
up,
mullet.
and then go
Yeah,
over
we don't need that one
here.
though. We need a red snapper.
Oof.
Well,
I don't have enough health to
hurry
get
up
all
though.
this.
Shit, why did I go
want it.
fish? I saw bubbles and I went fishing, but I need to go to the.
Go do
To the
the other
guy.
thing.
Yes, I have to do the other things. I hope I'm not too late now.
I don't know.
We got stuff
Oh my
and
god!
things.
Oh my god!
Barely.
I clicked the door and it just switched to 4 p.m. Mother.
Oh, because you can make the tool?
I can now.
Yay!
Because I caught the freaking fish.
Mm-hmm.
I was there at 3:50 and I clicked the door and it instantly switched to 4 p.m. and it was like, nah, we're closed.
Ugh.
Yeah, so mean.
Yeah.
Well, guess I'll go plant squash then.
Plant squash. There's a bunch of seeds in the trunk. I just been trying to wait until there was less plants to care for.
Oh shit! Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We should wait then.
Yeah, just put them in the trunk, and then once
Oh,
they...
well-
chub.
They do continue to produce after first harvest though. So
Oh,
it
the
might be
squash
best
do?
to- Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Ooh,
So
that's
maybe we should
cool. 'cause the
plant
carrots
them,
did.
because
Yeah.
Take 6 to grow and continue to produce after first
That's
harvest.
cool.
It says. So
Oh,
okay, I'll
yeah.
plant them. We'll just bite the bullet on that one with the
Yeah.
with the energy, I
Mhm.
suppose.
I mean, there's 3 of us. I mean, I know I've been doing a lot of fishing, but
Alright, I
Well,
explored the beach.
we can do it with the 3 of us. Then.
yeah.
Beach is taken care of.
Yay.
I went to the mine and I got 20 iron ore.
Hell yeah. Oops.
I was productive.
Yeah.
GG. You can even, by the way, have the calendar open in the tabs, Rain. I did that in the browser tabs.
Oh my god, and I can
Mm-hmm.
plan shit.
Yes.
Oh my god, this better be a sturgeon, and I fucking
In the
failed.
web browser?
And the web, yeah, and shift tab, and then you can
Oh
open a
yeah,
browser
yeah,
in
you can open
Steam,
what
and
browser
you
on
can open
Steam.
the wiki
Mm.
for Stardew, and you can just have the calendar there.
Ah.
Yeah.
Axe. Not paying 2,000 for a freaking calendar.
Right?
I petted
I
the
would
cat
Yeah.
for you
but
guys.
I've seen people
yay!
keep the calendar right by the bed. That way they can just
Look at it.
look at it as they go to bed or get up, just like you do
Mm-hmm.
the TV.
Right.
Oh, Brooke,
Right. I have
you almost
12
fell, baby.
seeds, so
All right. Well,
4, 5, 6,
Gathering
7, 8. Oh,
things
that's
and
still no
stuff.
luck with the sturgeon. Right? No. Okay, I'm not an idiot.
I have no life.
one of
so-
you guys was able to make fertilizer, right?
Yeah, I can make fertilizer.
Oh wait, no, there's enough. Never mind. Okay.
Yeah, I can too.
So can you make it now, Momo? Finally?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
No.
Oh,
Okay,
you
I'm hoping
actually
you get.
also have squash seeds in there. So
Mhm.
there's 13 now.
Yeah, I
Mm,
put them in there
Haley,
because I didn't
I
want to
need
plant them
move
yet.
for my sanity.
I didn't realize that they were continuous, which is cool.
Mm.
What's with the random crop just hanging out here?
I
It's
don't know. I
seeds,
didn't
flower
see.
seeds. I did that.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was cute. Just flowers in
I
front
did
of
the
the
same
door.
thing though. I was like, "What is this? It's in the wrong spot. It's not in the
Maybe-
garden."
Maybe for like for for like bees, I thought, or something later.
Yeah. Well, I
There
have
are
bait, but it's
some
not useful
geodes
right
in
now.
this chest. The next time somebody goes that way,
Oh
no
yeah,
rush,
I'll
though.
do it because I still need to go. I'll do it first thing in the morning.
I love all of
Oopsie.
the fish that's just in this chest.
I always keep spares for quests.
That's fair.
Yeah, so if I catch one, I don't instantly sell it, but that's just how I
Mhm.
play it. But if you want to play it different, it's like
No,
I
it's
play
okay.
with someone who was like, yeah, always when I just sold something, I would
You need it. Yeah.
yeah, I have the quest. I was like, I never have that problem because I always keep 2 spares of everything. And
Ooh, I
especially
definitely don't need
since
that.
the thing is coming
Yeah.
too, the um I don't know when it was. I think this summer.
The Grange? It's not till fall. Or are you talking about the luau?
The one where you show off your products.
That's fall.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm gonna put.
he's gonna have a companion because there's more of those flower
Thanks for
seeds
the loves,
now.
Callie.
I'm gonna.
Or were
move
you
this-
saving those mixed flower seeds?
No,
No?
maybe you're saving them. That would be a. Oh, no question. I feel like
The what?
Oh
the
shit! No,
flower
I
seed.
Oh yeah, you can plant them.
Wait, does someone have the thingy in hand? The
The
fertilizer?
watering can.
Oh, I don't have the
No.
fertilizer in my hand, but
Me neither. I'll get one. Shitty because I can't make it yet, so I have to
Yeah.
go back there. I'll be able to make
Sorry.
it tomorrow, probably.
can't wait.
Oh, the geodes. I'll grab those, so I already have them in my inventory.
What's the weather gonna be like tomorrow? Clear and sunny. All right, bedtime.
Mm-hmm.
Where's Lemon? And also, Crowley should play with us too.
Well, stretch think. Oh, I was thinking it said posture check, but it says drink water.
That's close
Oops.
enough. Level
Thank
2
you.
fishing. Yes, I could make bait. Sweet. We have a bunch of bug meat, don't we?
I can make fertilizer.
All the
now.
waters. In Cascoon.
I think we have bug meat, yeah.
Sweet, I can make
Yeah,
food out
near
of
the
it.
fishing stuff.
Wait, who's selling the wings? We need like 100 of those.
Do we? Okay.
I think.
I may have
or
sold
was it
two.
10?
I
Sorry.
Yeah.
Was it 10 or 100? I'm not sure anymore now.
I don't know.
remember.
Who needs them?
I think it's 10. We needed 100 slime.
100 what?
Slime.
Mm-hmm.
Slime.
Spirits are in good humor today. Heck yeah.
Oh, the bat wings are done. You can sell them. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Or we need void essence or solar essence, and then we're done with adventurous bomb.
Yeah.
At some point, you can find
I like
them
putting
very
all the
easily.
monster loot. You never know when you need it.
But yeah, we should put one watering can up here near the flowers. I never have a watering can on me, so.
Neither do I. I'm down here watering.
I'll leave
plants.
mine in the pink chest. I always put it there. So. Did you know you can use C as well as left mouse button?
No.
And X is right mouse button.
Freaking witchcraft.
I just read through the manual through the.
I don't read. I'm terrible.
But at some point I get tired of clicking so many times, and then actually the keyboard is better since you're just standing still watering crops. So. Here we go. But yeah.
Alright, I'm gonna go see if I can catch this silly thing. Oh, I'm gonna go say hi to the cat. Did any of you say hi to the chickens or the cow?
I'm working on the cow right now.
Okay.
Beef and Angus.
Beef. Feep. Feed.
Feed. We'll get feed next.
Oh, you told him beef. Oh.
One of them's beef. Like, we named it beef. That was the first one. And then we named the second one Angus. So we'll name the third one Feed.
Yeah,
And then
you have
the
to
fourth
buy
one could be
so many
sirloin.
before you can start the next farm animal.
The next one's sirloin.
They won't let you get sheep and stuff until you've had so many cows, and it's won't give you ducks until you've had so many chickens.
I also think it depends on the upgrades to the buildings too.
You smell like grass. Okay, thanks, kid.
Hey, you were the only one who tried to catch it too, Mono. You got it. You got the Pokemons.
Oh yeah. Yeah, usually if only one person tries, they don't get it. I was like, what?
Yeah. I swear to God. I'm gonna cry.
Why?
I keep catching chub.
Mm.
I don't want chub. But I can't catch a sturgeon because they're so freaking quick.
They are difficult to catch. You need a better
Fishing pole, I know.
yeah.
But Willie out here isn't giving me one.
Bitch. We got 5 copper, 3 stone, and an earth crystal. We could. Do we need 1 gold ore to make a gold bar, or do we need 5?
5.
Oh, never mind then.
Mm-hmm. What did we buy?
Sorry. A copper pickaxe.
Oh, okay.
I think she was supposed to die.
Yeah. Supposed to do it last night, but yeah.
No, I was so close.
Oh, Rick. Oh no, my artist.
Hi, I passed out hard for a minute. Aw, I'm glad you got a nap. Yes, naps are nice. Do you want to join us, artist? You know where we're at, unless you're still doing school things.
Always school things.
I didn't mean to do
I'm already at the beach, by the way.
Yes.
Beach is clear.
Yeah.
I was there anyway.
Might as well.
Oh, I know what I was gonna do. I need a nap as well in the game because I am tired.
I'm gonna catch this thing, I swear I am.
Oh, self-love.
Gotta let my energy recharge. Oh, y'all can't see my health. My big fat head's covering it up.
That's okay.
You can just press no, by the way.
Can you?
And you'll still nap?
So it looks like it.
That's cool.
You can't accidentally press yes that way.
There we go. Move my big head.
I mean, since she's not alone at all, just put her in that, like, waiting for.
Oh, actually, what is it Sunday?
Oh,
It's not
I found
Monday.
out.
You know that lantern y'all put on the table can actually be used outside.
Well, it's staying there.
Oh, I just picked it up.
I'm pretty sure it was there to begin with.
Was it?
Yes.
But yeah, it makes light outside, like so you can see like if there's a certain area with light. Like over here near the garden, I don't see any candles. I thought I had candles here at one time, but that could be my other farm that I'm getting confused between.
Alright, well, I got a rainbow trout, but didn't want that.
I'm just catching mullets.
Yeah, the red snapper, I don't think you can get until the rain starts, so.
Yeah. Crisis, I think I absolutely needed it since I've been up since 8:45 a.m. yesterday until I passed out. That's a long time to be awake. Yes, I laid down about 4 to rest for a minute and ended up. Sounds like you need some serious sleep. I don't know if she can hear me though, because I think it's ad break.
Alright. No sturgeon. Could have caught one a few times, but I failed.
Hmm. Let's try candles in here.
Yeah, I can't,
I'll bring back some candles from the mine
I'm
next
not
time I
allowed to
come.
lay down. 'Cause
I caught a
I always fall
halibut.
asleep. Yay, we need what?
I was
I'm
trying
pretty
to wait
sure.
until at least
No, we
9
don't
p.m. so I
actually.
could sleep all
Fuck.
night. Oh, dang.
What was that?
Sounds
Oh,
like you
damn,
really needed to sleep though, so hopefully you can still sleep tonight.
I did catch a superior red mullet.
Hell yeah.
Purple star. So that's
Can
a
wake
good
up
one
at
for fall.
4:30. Oh.
Yeah, we definitely want those ones.
Anybody check their trash cans tonight?
No.
Okay, I picked up some stuff and I'll go check the trash cans.
I made so much bait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just keep
I made
not
over
having any
200 bait.
energy.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, that one's been checked. And that one's been checked.
I might have done the straight path towards the... I haven't been into the town yet with the trash cans, so those are still unchecked.
Got it.
Gotcha.
We found some broken glasses. Those are not going to make me any money right now. And some soggy newspaper. So that's not going to help me right now. But in the future, yes. Because they may turn to diamonds. You never know.
Well, I guess I should just keep that on me.
I'm ready for the recycle machine.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm getting better at fishing. I got some new ideas to
Name
sleep on.
this. Nothing in there. Continue my foraging journey. Oh, just a second. Oh my god. Can I make? I can.
Well, artist, I guess you're playing with us now.
Mm-hmm.
No sleeps for you.
You should come play with us.
No,
Stay up
sleep.
all night again. Jay. Okay, guys, I'm going to go and get ready for my flight tomorrow, and I'll speak to you all in about a week. Take care and have a good one. Love you guys. Be safe. I'm so excited for you.
Safe flight.
Well, at least message us when you get
And
into
happy
the
landing.
States.
Yeah. Let us know you landed safely. Welcome to America.
And they're flying to America?
Yeah, he's gonna be living here in the US.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I heard
Where
artist,
from?
but not what came
England.
after. Oh, they said since
England?
you can't sleep now, you gotta join
Moving
us.
from England.
That's what they
Oh,
said.
damn.
Yep. He's got a girly friend in Arizona.
Aw.
Yeah, he bought some land in Arizona, and he's got it.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I've been to Arizona.
I have
It's 1 a.m.
I'm
I'm in
coming,
bed
I'm
already.
coming.
Time to
Okay,
sleep.
I'll do that tomorrow. Why is there a cat in my house?
It's just yours now.
Kitty, kitty, kitty.
I'm hungry, but we don't really have snacks.
I'm sorry.
No.
Go to sleep, go to sleep.
No, I can't push the button.
But we want a level, Mono. Hey, I can make crab pots now.
Look at all that money. Make some crab pots and get the community center things.
Yes,
Yeah.
crab pots.
Parkour,
I
yo.
need a shower and I'll do some other stuff today. LOL. The grinding doesn't stop for a minute. Oh, jeez. You sound so busy.
Green rain has descended upon the valley? What?
What the hell?
What the hell is this?
What?
I don't know, but I don't know if I like it.
What's happening? Everything's green.
That's
Yeah,
usually like
and
bad in the mine.
there's so much. Now I
I'm
have
not
to
sure
clean
what will
up.
happen, but if anyone wants to take shelter in
Oh,
the saloon, I'll
Jesus.
keep it open.
Wait, so there's a couple things that seem to be growing, so maybe we don't. Or
What do you
actually,
mean?
no, they're just really okay.
Guys, I think it's affecting
Oh,
our
we can
health
get
bar.
moss.
We get what?
Watch your
Moss.
health.
Oh.
My
Watch
health
your
is
health.
fine. Look
Oh,
at
it's
the
a
moss
green
that we're
rain. It's
getting.
great for moss. That's
Oh
cool.
yeah. I needed some moss. So much moss.
I know.
mushroom
We were
moss.
wondering how you were supposed to get that much, but now we know.
Heck yes. Ew, and mixed flower seeds. Alright,
The weather
Yay,
report
we got the
last
Pokemon.
night. I'm not sure what will happen, but if anybody wants to take shelter in the saloon, I'll keep it open.
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, that's what it
Interesting.
says because of this weirdness going on.
Oh, are these done? The chilies?
Hey, I can get a deluxe fishing pole from Willie now.
There's
But
so
yeah,
much more
there's
moss down here, by the way.
yeah, there's moss everywhere.
We need
Oh,
to
hey,
cut it
look at
because
these.
if it's gonna be sunny tomorrow, it will be gone.
Yeah.
Probably.
Or it'll die or something probably.
Mhm.
Oh.
Oh my god. Look at
What is
those
this tree
trees,
as well?
though. You
That
can
tree
hit
is
them for
different.
the. Yeah.
What kind of tree is this?
I don't know, man.
Oh, I think it's just overgrown.
New ideas.
Yep.
Weird.
I think you just
It
got
is
that from
hardwood.
chopping.
It's hardwood.
Ooh.
Is it?
Interesting.
Oh no, it's
So you
normal.
got
Never mind.
hardwood from it?
No,
I
it's
didn't.
normal.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I need to empty my inventory.
I know. Ooh, what? I got a mossy seed.
You're so
This
excited.
can be planted to grow rare wild trees, which is
Oh my
the
gosh.
fancy trees.
Sorry.
So can we get like bananas or something?
No,
Ooh.
it's a moss. And you can literally just swipe at the trees with moss on them.
Ooh. Wait, why is the moss in the trash thing?
But yeah, some of those trees look weird.
Wait, what?
No, the moss, you keep it
It's
in
in the
red one?
recyclables. Yeah, she keeps it in the recyclables.
Yeah.
Ok.
I feel like it just keeps growing.
Probably.
I think it just
It
keeps
might.
respawning. I swear to God.
Maybe?
Interesting.
Hey, there's some up by Grandpa's shrine too. I got him though.
Angus
I
is
am
too
not-
young to give me milk. Oh darn.
You be nice about Angus.
Angus needs to give me more milk.
Alright, I got some peppers. Ooh, I wonder if there's a bunch down in the forest too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I thought I was gonna go fish, but I
The
I'm not
trees
fishing
look
today.
really cool.
They look very cool.
There's so much in the forest too.
I
Oh,
imagine.
jeez. So what are we using the moss for?
To make the
I need to
stumps to grow the mushrooms.
Yeah, I need to make mushroom logs.
Ooh. Wait, we should close the barn or the cows will get mad.
Oh yeah, it is raining.
Do they get mad?
Yeah, all the
They don't
animals
like rainy
do.
days. So the days it rains, I just leave the gate open, but I close the barn door.
Yeah.
I thought it was just the chickens that got upset.
I'm grateful that using the scythe doesn't use any energy.
Oh, that it doesn't use. Yeah, exactly.
There's so much that I'm harvesting out here. My cheats could be very nice to get around quickly. But no, Mona won't let me.
What?
No, vanilla mode.
I just want to go fast. I want to
No,
be
go fast.
Sonic.
No, go
Carrying
fast.
too many things.
Just want to be fast like Sonic.
And don't judge me,
Oh,
but
the
there's
cart is
maybe
here.
some recyclables in the... Huh?
The cart, the lady in the cart.
Oh.
Oh
Let's
yeah,
see
the
if there's
traveling merchant.
anything. Ore, iron ore, dandelion, sandfish,
Okay, I gotta go sell some stuff.
rare seeds.
No, we don't need that right now. We can
We
get
can
it
buy
later.
the chair. Oh, but it's a walnut chair. But if we buy the chair, we can go to the secret forest. But maybe that's a lot. It's like 2,500.
Yeah, no, not worth it.
And the sandfish? Can we finish a bundle with it if we buy it?
It's an exotic, but I mean, we can always
It's 600.
wait till we get to the desert.
I mean, we could. I don't know if it's like finished if we buy it or not. And if we get like a nice bonus that we can use.
Yeah.
Let me check.
Gotta put this in there.
Oh my
Oh
goodness.
no, we need the ghost fish and the wood skip as well. Never mind.
Yeah.
We have so much moss.
I know.
Did you see the
I have
forest?
133.
The three like lantern things?
No.
Yeah, come to the merchant.
Oh,
They look
no.
like beanstalks. Looks so cool.
I'm coming.
They fixed the laptop fan issue. Hopefully it didn't make it worse. Laptop fans are no fun. What's happening?
Look,
Yeah.
they're like beanstalks.
Oh my goodness!
Let's see what they give
What
us.
did I get?
Oh, they give something as
Fiddlehead
well.
Fern.
Like vines?
They gave us Fiddlehead Fern,
Ah.
which we need that.
Mono, did you see the tree thingies yet?
Oh, she hasn't seen them yet. She's not down here.
Come here,
She's
come
still on the
here before I
farm.
chop them all.
Okay.
There's some down here too. Where I'm
Okay.
going.
Because I think you need the axe that I'm holding to do this.
Oh, probably.
Because I think the regular axe was just giving me regular wood when I was chopping them. Where is she at?
I'm
To
not
the left when you go down. All the way left. Why are you going all the way south?
I don't know.
They're around the lake.
Don't worry, I'm getting all my moss.
Ooh. Look, this one. Look how cute they are.
Oh,
I
those
also
are
don't have
cool.
my axe with me.
Do you have to have the hardwood axe to get them?
I don't know. Try it. I have not tried
Okay.
it without, so. Well, you can.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, there's a bunch down here too. at the
I bet
very
we got
bottom of the
double too.
forest.
Did you get 10?
Double. I don't know because I already had a bunch. I have 20 in total now.
But I'm wondering if it, like, you know, like when you, the old hack where you both knock on the same rock, you get double.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
I wonder if you do it with the trees too.
I don't know.
I'm down by the mouse. There's a few
There's a
here
lot
by the-
though.
I got 12
house.
that time.
You got 12 into. You're leaving moss lying around, right?
Am I? Look, I'm just like running and chopping. All
What kind
right.
of tree was that? It's a fiddle
we got a
fern
book.
tree or something?
What do you say?
Yeah.
Yeah, fiddlehead fern.
I had a book too. Or no, I didn't.
Felled trees have 5% to yield double. Okay, let's read that.
I saw it, but I didn't get it. You got it.
Oh, sorry.
No. I mean, like, I thought it would give it to me
it.
too, and it didn't. It was cool, though. You deserve it. You found all this stuff.
Oh, geez, there's so much there too.
I know. And it's already 8 o'clock.
And this is also other trees. Again.
Yeah.
Let's see what those will give us.
Yeah, those just gave me regular wood. That's why I didn't know.
Yeah, I think those are technically just overgrown with moss now. I think they were regular trees to start with.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure.
Isn't that crazy, artists? Yeah, all this is new to us. We've never seen green rain before.
Yeah, it's new.
Oh, did you guys get moss seeds? Oh, that's what you're talking about, the seeds.
Yeah.
Mossy seeds can be planted to grow rare wild trees, huh?
Yeah. I don't want to plant them yet.
No.
I have one.
I kind of like, I have one too. It'd be kind of cool to plant them in like the greenhouse just to see what they do.
Yeah. That's what
If
I was
it'll let
hoping
us.
to do.
Yeah, I'll put it in the seed trunk near the garden because it's garden stuff.
Yeah. I'm thinking I might put the mushroom log in the cave.
You can. I've seen them planted out in the open, but I don't know if that. Or actually, I think, do they have to be on a tree? No, they don't have to be on a tree.
No.
All the trees have moss now, by the way.
Yeah.
So much moss. How much does it cost to make the
10.
log? Oh, we can make at least.
And I have 181 on me.
Yeah, see?
I need 10 moss, 10 hardwood though.
Okay, let me go. Well, I need a chair. Can somebody build a stool yet?
No.
Uh,
I'm thinking people might have bought those chairs to climb over stuff.
Maybe.
that's lovely.
Oh god, there's stuff here too. There's just so much of this moss stuff everywhere. I'm not gonna have any energy to harvest at all.
I have so much energy.
Let's go see.
Oh, I gotta search everywhere.
Where haven't we been yet?
Oh my god, over here.
North
Oh,
and
geez.
There's so much.
You're gonna be a shroomy bitch.
Yeah. I'm gonna live out my cottage core life.
Yep.
okay, I have to harvest it there.
I'm just getting mixed flower seeds.
Yeah, I'm getting mixed flower seeds, regular seeds,
Yeah.
moss, grass.
Midnight.
I'm just getting moss, but not mossy seeds.
Yeah, it's okay. We have. I think Mono and I have one each.
And maybe that's something we got from chopping down one of the regular weird looking trees. I don't know.
No, I don't think so, because I didn't chop anything down.
It's almost bedtime. No.
I know.
No, we don't got time for that.
Pause it.
I know. Can you imagine doing this on your own, though? Oh my
No.
god.
Oh, I know what's coming then. You know, in my
Right?
own clay.
Day 7.
I'm gonna
of
die.
summer.
I'm not gonna make it.
I'm going to bed. Going
I'm
straight to
going
bed.
to bed too.
I have a lot in my pockets, but I'm going to bed.
I don't know where
Where are you?
I'm in the community center. I can make it.
Freaking
Oh,
cat
shit.
was inside the bed, not on top of it, inside. And so I almost
Where does the
couldn't make it to
fiddler
bed.
fern go? In the
Forage.
crab pot?
Mona's not gonna make it home. It's okay.
I was trying to figure out where to put this dang fiddler fern. It must be
goes
on the
into
bulletin
the-
board.
Oh, maybe. I thought it was the forage.
Then we'll go shower. Hopefully, be back before you end. Okay. Good luck, artist.
Not green anymore. Dang, look at all that. Oh, why we still
Foraging
true.
moss soup and cookout kit.
What? What? You learned a
What?
thing?
There's a
Yeah, the
cookout
moss
kit.
soup. Now we have enough moss to make soup too, not just the other.
Upper pickaxe is ready.
Alright.
Last night, Ginger Team found you incapacitated.
A little extra
Yeah,
luck.
we know.
It's an unusual
Yeah.
crop. Oh, corn's here. Did we plant corn?
I don't think so.
So, question. Do we want a copper watering can?
Yes.
Okay. I'll go
I'll
exchange those for each other then.
I'll catch all the Pokemons.
And then I'll leave the watering can in the general,
She's just been chilling.
so
Yeah,
anyone
she's
can
gonna
use
drain
it.
that. Sunny day tomorrow, fortune teller, good humor. Cool. Alright, I'm gonna go fish. See if I can
What are
get a
we doing
sturgeon.
with the what do the ferns do? You can eat them.
The one goes
I
to the
know.
community center, but I think it's the billboard. I think you can
And I
cook
know
them.
there's a recipe for it too.
Yeah, we do need them in the community.
There's some trees
Yeah.
up here that got some
And I
moss.
think it's the bulletin board. That was the only place I didn't get time to look.
Oh yeah. You see any mossy trees, make sure you swipe
Yeah,
them.
it's a bulletin board. Just one. Like we need the fried egg, we need truffle, and there's nothing. We can do everything yet. I'll just leave them in here.
Lots of mossy trees over here.
Oh, I do have a mossy seed. They look so cute.
I know. I'm
Little
thinking I might have
stacks.
to crochet one. Think I got a
Chicken
new
taken
project
care
to
of.
crochet.
I'm off to beef.
Beef.
Beef
Smell
and
like
Angus.
beef.
I'm making a little flower garden.
Yes. There's a bunch of flower seeds in the
Yeah.
chest.
Yeah, I found like 4, so I just planted them all.
Oh, I put in like 15 into the
dang.
garden chest. Yeah.
Yeah, I put more in last night.
Yeah, I'm not gonna have all the energy to do all everything.
No,
Right.
that's okay.
Yeah.
A little bit at a time.
Yeah. Was there anything else we needed to do?
If you would like to help me
Stacks.
try and catch a sturgeon.
There.
So much fiber. Where do we put the fiber?
I put it in with the
Rocks. Why?
yeah. Cause I think we can turn it into something.
Mm?
I got it. I got a sturgeon.
Yay!
Also, can I buy a new fishing rod from Willie? I don't know how much it is yet, but
Yeah, since
Check
you're
how
a
much
fisher
it is,
first.
yeah. I think I need 2,000 for the thing and for the
watering can.
thank you. Other than
I'm
that,
gonna
we're
go
good.
put the sturgeon in its place.
Are the seeds watered yet?
I don't know actually.
I don't think so. I did the chickens and the cows. I haven't made it to the garden.
Oh, lake fish. Sturgeon. Lake fish is
Okay.
completed, which means that the glittering boulder is removed.
Ooh!
Oh, never mind. We didn't finish the fish tank.
Oh.
I got a spinner though. Like
A
a
what?
little tackle thingy.
Oh,
Increases bite rate of fishing.
nice.
The fishes. That was my reward.
I think we have 3 corn.
3 corn. That makes
next
sense.
to the
Yeah.
the 3 single seeds.
Once
that
we
are-
get our 5 golden melons, we need to get our 5 golden corn. So hopefully at like day
But-
14 or 15 we can plant some corn.
I found
But corn grows
a
across
carrot.
3 seasons.
Yeah,
But it's
2
summer.
seasons.
It does. It does.
You got
So
it?
it's not urgent, but
Carrots. Interesting.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
I saw
can't do
the
everything,
lady
but
thing.
if anyone else can finish the
Yeah. I'll finish it up
Mhm.
when I get back.
then I can
Alright.
go do the copper can and not be
Um,
late this time.
Hi, Lily. I'm in a cutscene with Lily.
Oh, did you need that copper?
I have 5 copper, it's fine.
Okay. Because I was
I
just
already
putting it
grabbed
in the machines and I was like, crap.
No.
I was like,
No,
she
I
might
need the
need raw
copper
copper
bars.
and I was crafting it.
Hi, Marnie.
The fiberglass rod is 1,800.
Well, then you can get it. We have enough.
Yay! I wish I could sell my other one.
Yeah, that's. But you can always keep it for an extra player, I suppose.
Yeah. It'll go in my chest with all my other tools.
Hi there! Yay, copper pickaxe!
And
And we got another earth crystal. Upgrade tools. Watering can. There you go.
Shade! Hello, welcome to the stream, Shade. How are you doing?
Hello. Hello, puppet.
Welcome,
You
welcome,
think-
welcome, welcome. I'm super focused. Hyper focused.
It was
How
a
are you?
really violent sneeze.
Wait, you
I
went,
picked
that, was,
the
that
comb.
was you, right?
Yeah.
Dad's still at work? Ew. On
And I'm
Easter
not gonna
Sunday?
do the beach.
no fun.
Yeah, I just picked it clean.
Mm-hmm.
No fun, man. Let's see.
So we have. Oh, those are probably tomatoes then. The
Maybe?
tall ones.
So yeah, did you do any eggy things today? I did. I painted some eggs on stream and
Do we have hops
8
yet?
eggs too.
No,
We do?
but because we don't have the cast,
We don't have the what?
like
Okay, we
things to
still
make
need that.
beer.
Oh, so you're not growing them yet? Okay.
Mm-mm.
But yeah, let me show you.
Jesus, corn takes 14 days.
We did eggs.
Yeah.
See? Painted
Like
them
I
on
would've gotten-
stream. So all the pretty
Yeah.
eggs.
So we might
And
wanna
tried
go-
foods I hadn't
we
tried
might start
before.
growing them now.
Like fruit punch peeps
I
and
want to say if you get them,
Reese's
we might want to
sticks.
try growing them.
and then we had pickled carrots
14th?
and pickle
because then we'll get
flavored
even amount.
ranch dressing. So
We're
we
gonna
tried
what?
different things. It was fun today.
If you play them on the 14th, we should. How often does it yield?
I have to look that up. Wait.
Let me look up. Oh, I
Mhm.
got it.
Look at it.
Growth time is 14 days.
Seems like you enjoyed yourself. I did,
Okay.
thank
was
you.
fine.
So
Yeah,
14 days regrows every 4 days.
Yeah.
I gotta figure out where the heck to plant these.
So
This
you want
looks
to
like
do
a good
it
one.
like so you can get the most out of it. It takes half a
Mhm.
season to grow. So we're on an even
Yeah.
day, but tomorrow we're not on an even day, so that won't
Mhm.
suck.
Mm-hmm.
Wrong one.
So it would grow on the. It would be fully grown on the 22nd.
Well, I can't buy them anymore now, but
26. That's fine. Second. 14th, 18th, 22nd.
Alright, I'm purposely
Yeah.
planting a pine tree near the garden, so don't dig up that seed because I'm gonna put the topper
Okay.
on it when
Okay.
it grows.
Oh, and maybe we want to get a fruit tree as well soon. Those take a long time too.
Yeah, and they're very temperamental to the weather, so I typically don't do them until
Yeah, those go in the greenhouse.
Oh,
until I put them in the greenhouse.
makes sense.
Those fruit trees are a
Can
pain.
anyone make tappers yet?
I just did and put them in the garden.
Nice.
I put one in the chest and planted a pine tree.
Oh, that's
seed
what
for it.
makes up with the plant. Yeah.
Yeah, and then one tapper I put on the maple tree so we can get that stuff for the community center.
Nice.
Alright, I just put a bunch of shit on the fish chest, so have at it.
Shit. Oh, but shit. Mhm.
I do need to grab all the bait though.
Oh, wrong way.
Oh shit! I didn't bring any health stuff with me.
354 moss. Alright, I can
That's a
currently
lot
make
of moss.
3. I used all of our hardwood, but we'll get more. I'm gonna put the moss with the hardwood.
Makes sense.
So often the more wild trees are nearby, the better it works. Oh.
Jesus, those gray slimes are annoying.
So you really need to put the stumps like in the forest somewhere and just let a bunch of trees grow near it.
No.
Or right below the chicken pen where a bunch of trees grow.
The mossy seeds. I wonder.
You could put a sign in that area or something saying don't kill these trees and let us know what area it is, or even put a fence or something.
Shit.
Yeah, if any of those flowers grow poppy, we need a poppy.
Green.
I think I need to grow.
There's little suits in the dungeon now.
Hi, Zane! Welcome.
There's always been little sets.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Happy Easter! Happy Easter to you too. I hope you're doing awesome.
Tree spacing. Oof.
Oh, where does that one go?
Two tiles between them.
Not there. Just got off work, so I'm not awesome, but I'm hanging in there. Oh no, you had to work today? Oof. That's no fun.
Is it every 10 level that there's a chest? Yeah, okay.
Alright, we'll see how far it grows. God dang it.
It's time to run home. Run, humans.
But they're right by, between mine and Rose's house.
The stomps?
Yes. Yep, my
my
mushroom
way.
logs and, the 2 trees that need to grow.
Time to go home. Walk faster.
Did you guys finish the seed watering?
Rain did.
What?
Okay, cool.
Oh, yeah.
Finished. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I didn't do chickens. Did anyone do chickens?
I did. And the cows.
Cool.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I got the cat, so we're okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Puddles.
I like that you can see it as well in the menu.
Do you see this cat? He's got his paws laying on the bottom part
I'm
of
in
the
bed.
drink carrier. He literally lays anywhere and everywhere.
Again. Shane, check this
So
out.
silly, Bob.
Money.
Eggs. We colored eggs on stream today.
I just realized. Do you see the
And
color
had
of
all
the
the
jelly
steps.
egg?
Purple.
Yeah, the purple one, yeah.
Yeah, it's all different colors now.
Yeah, because they make the jellies different color now, not all just.
Yeah.
But when you put it in the community
Oh.
center, it still turns red.
Oh my god.
That's so funny. But yeah, they actually give the color of the jellies separate colors now, depending on the kind.
Nice. Booksellers in town.
Yay!
Where do we end on the corn? I forgot. Wow, cheers.
Huh?
Mhm.
The 26th of summer. Or fall.
Oh, that late? You want to plant them that late?
Oh, no. You can plant them now.
Hmm.
I'm
Did we harvest
harvesting stuff
anything
right now.
yet?
Yeah.
What did we harvest?
Bunch of forageables.
Hmm.
No, I don't want to eat the grape.
Mm.
I don't have a watering can now, so I can't do watering.
Okay. Got it.
Mine's always at the garden.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, I just, because I went for the copper one.
Mm-hmm. But no, that's fine. I was just letting you know, I leave mine down there.
Yeah, no, that's smart that you said it, because I forgot about that one.
So, like, you know, like when you get the good watering can, you could probably leave it down there and then anybody could use it.
That was my plan indeed. We can just leave it,
Mhm.
like, closest to the...
In the seed bucket.
Is all the hardwood gone?
I think Rain used it.
Sorry, did we need it?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay.
No, but I can chop some if I find some.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's so much. Oh, we actually have enough space for corn now.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I just harvested
'cause
a
she
bunch
harvested a
of
bunch.
gorgeous.
Did we get any? So we didn't get any gold melons yet. It's too soon, right?
No, they're just like, little pink balls.
How many seeds should we get?
Oh, I forgot about that. Let's see. We need 5 golden corn, so I would get like 20 corn seeds.
Okay.
Maybe. Well, I don't know. It takes us so long to water. You could do 10.
Yeah, I was gonna say there's.
But we're gonna get the better
25
watering
opening.
can, so
Mm-hmm.
in like tomorrow.
Oh, okay. Well, then yeah, get 20 corn seeds then, because we'll need those. And then once we find out if we got 5 gold melons or not, we might plant more melons, but we gotta wait until we harvest to find
Corn.
out.
20. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Cows and chickens have been
And we're
taken care of.
Yay! Good thing we didn't eat anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Cows and chickens are taken care of.
Yay!
Gee. I'll go check if the bookseller has anything, but probably not. Not that we can't afford
Oh, we
anything.
can't afford anything, so it's not gonna matter.
Yeah, well, the bookseller stuff's like $10,000, so if we're gonna
Yeah.
do that, we're gonna expand the bag first anyway.
It's good to see what he has, but
Yeah, it's curious.
Stardew Almanac. Read this to gain experience. It's like 5,000. Way of the Wind. You run a little bit faster.
Yeah, he has that every time.
Nope. Old Slither Legs. You can now
Yeah,
run a lot
read it,
faster
read
through
it.
grass and crops. You can see the value of your items. Price catalog.
Yeah,
Oh shit! I didn't forget. I didn't
which
bring
was
my
a mod.
novel. Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Forgot my hovel.
Oh no, I forgot about the plants up top.
plants up top. Oh no,
What
the
plants?
flowers. What did you sell?
All my produce and farm supplies, animal
Wow.
byproducts. Made money.
Alright,
Gotta
I'm
make
gonna-
back that money that you spent. I'm working hard.
GG.
I gotta keep my farm wife stocked on money.
Since when is there trees on this path? Wait, what? Was this
The
always
top
there?
path?
The path? Yeah, no, the middle path. And there's now trees on the lower
Yeah.
part. Oh, must have missed it.
Alright, I'm doing the beach now.
Things we take for granted.
We can walk through corn, right?
I think as long as you're not like running through crops, I think it can destroy your crops, but
No, that's Animal Crossing.
are you sure? I think
Yeah.
if you run around a lot, like back forth, I think it kills things, doesn't it?
I've literally
never-
never done that.
I've never played. Oh yeah, maybe it is Animal Crossing.
We have space for 5 more seeds. If you'd want. There's still 5 spots
Okay, I'll do
without
that.
or with fertilizer on them.
Come on, let's go.
There's also still 3 summer seeds, but that's probably just the random things. Oh, they look so cute.
Alright, sold all the beach stuff to Willie, making a lot more cash.
I forgot the maters.
Yay!
Got them. No, they
You
were
need
not
to-
watered. I mean,
Oh, I thought you meant they harvested. Okay,
Oh,
all the
no.
trash cans have been checked.
GG.
Even the beach one? Or is there a beach one?
There's
Maybe
not a beach
there
one
is
that
one.
I'm aware of.
Okay.
It's like, what? There's a beach one? I never get the beach
Yeah, don't
one.
listen to me. For some reason, I thought Willie always had one outside of his too.
Mm-mm. He's got that thing with the green stuff pouring out of it that you can't do
Mhm.
anything with, so yeah.
What
Hey,
the fuck
GG.
is a sea jelly?
Yeah, that's the one I got a lot as well. There's new jellies. There's sea jelly, river jelly, I think.
Alright, well, I ate that sea jelly
Why?
because it gives me a +1 to fishing.
Right, that's true.
But is
But
it
not
permanent or is
permanent,
it
though.
just like
Oh.
temporary? It's just temporary.
That's
Yeah.
7 minutes.
Okay. Like I can't remember.
So
Oh, I
I
see the
get,
sticky things.
yeah, 7 real time minutes. Oh my god.
Hmm.
Of course, now I keep getting it. I just want a tuna.
Clay.
If y'all
I
harvest the
should go into the mine
sunflowers,
again for it. Ah, it's a bit late already.
keep in mind if you
I got a flounder.
What?
Willie, that's my spot. I just caught a flounder.
Blonde.
And a tuna! Yay, I got a tuna. I needed one. Oh, it's a purple one too. The purple flounder.
Nice.
Yeah.
Don't bother me, humans.
To grab the mare's pants, you have to be friends
Be
enough
friends
with
with her.
Marnie, right? Yeah.
Yeah, 2
Yeah,
hearts.
that takes a while.
It's so mean that you get the quest so early on.
Yeah. Well, when we can finally get a crystallarium, we can throw diamonds into it,
Mm-hmm.
and then we could be friends with her. It's her favorite thing. Yeah, that's a quality mullet too.
And then there's not any hardwood trunks left anywhere. Where's the hardwood gone?
Can't get to the secret forest. That's where it's gone.
What?
We can't get to the secret forest.
Mm.
That's why.
Secret tunnel.
Uh,
Tuna.
yeah. Told you I needed the tuna.
Mama gets the kisses.
Oh.
Alright, so now I know that I should probably keep some sea
no.
jelly on me.
Go now. Fun thing is, I put some commands on my stream deck for your stream, so it's so easy to do
Oh.
That's what I had done.
now. Huh?
That's what I've done.
I didn't realize you
Oh,
could
you
do
have
it for
so
other
much to do, I didn't
streams.
know.
Yeah, I don't use mine anymore though. I have it unplugged right now
Why?
because I was having so
Weird.
many issues
Oh,
with my
really?
computer.
Oh, with her computer, yeah.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
had to
it's
like
my computer.
reformat it.
It uses a lot of resources as well, yeah. I feel sometimes.
It wasn't even that. Like it was fine, but my computer just in general was having issues.
Mm.
I got us the frozen geode for the community center.
Yay!
So I think we already gave the other one to Gunther. Look.
Yes.
Yeah, we did.
Maybe the sap. Oh no, it's fine. How long does it take for the resin to the sap trees thingies? How long does it take? Can we make a crab
It
pot,
takes
or
a
is it
few days. It takes probably like a week or something sometimes.
We could make a crab pot, but I'm not sure if
I have
it's
the
useful
recipe,
yet.
but I don't know if we have the resources.
We have exactly
Thank you
3
for the
iron bars.
follow. Welcome to the stream.
I wouldn't do it yet.
Sleepy.
No, I'll
Welcome,
brew
Sleepy.
more iron. We have some ores, and Mono's in the mine, so I'm guessing she's
Yeah.
getting more.
Yeah, I'm working hard.
She's working hard.
I'm trying not to let the critters kill me.
Don't you dare let them kill you.
Right? I'm not allowed.
It's getting
No,
late.
it's midnight. I don't have time for that. That was almost an earlier deed.
Oof.
I'm gonna go though. Dang it. All that good stuff here too. Ah! I'm not gonna make it back.
There was
in time,
nothing
am I?
in it. That's the
Leave.
worst. That's the worst.
Run! Was it worth it? Probably not, because I'm behind. You're supposed to leave at midnight.
Run, Mono, run.
Every little step
I'll warm the bed
counts.
for you.
Okay. I don't know which bed I'm gonna end up in, but it's gonna be a bed.
Yours is closest, I think. Maybe not. I don't know.
Mm-mm. I think I went the wrong way. Crap, I went
You
the
did.
wrong way.
Where did you go?
I'm gonna die now. Community center. I thought I was at the end of the path to come down to the farm, and I wasn't. So yeah, I'm not gonna make it now.
You went the wrong way.
I should just stay at the community center and drop my stuff off. Who knows? Check some trash cans. I already did that. I forgot. I'm just gonna die here in the square in the town. Just gonna sit here. Go to sleep. There. I can't make it in that amount of time, so I just took a nap. I'm terrible.
Sweet dreams, Mono.
Right? I don't usually die like this ever, or pass out like this ever.
I had to potty, so it might just be a good stretch break.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Okay. Sounds like a good idea to me. Stretch break.
Yep.
Poke catch.
The check doesn't work every time. La 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 la.
Yeah.
You're special.
No, you. You're special.
Oh, I have the munchies and I don't know what to eat.
We have munchies too, and I've been eating.
I have
I
been
think it's because
eating
I
too,
need
but
real
now I'm
food.
Oh, you didn't
I
have
haven't had-
din din?
No, I had that one egg. Does that count?
I feel the munchies thing because I'm definitely starving.
Mm.
And I got nothing to snack on.
Snack on you. No.
Oh, I got potato chips. I gotta go grab. That's all, Jimmy.
I had okay, so we're starting the day, I guess.
Mona left. No.
I know, she walked away. Oh, like I thought we were good.
The watering can is ready.
Yay!
A little extra luck today. Mona!
Oh, you caught it, Crowley.
Well, it's not raining, so I can't get any of the other fish.
And
that we
tomorrow it's not raining either. And there's the beach event.
Queen of
Oh,
Suns.
yeah.
Beach event?
Beach event.
What's that?
Yeah, the luau.
Oh.
All the flowers ready. That's so cute.
I haven't looked at them yet.
Oh, we need that for the community center.
Nice. And the watering can is ready, so that's good too. I could bring it. Are you going to the community? Oh yeah, we're going anyway.
Yeah, I gotta go there anyway. I got tons of stuff in my inventory.
I'm making a butter jelly sandwich.
There's some hot peppers done. Do we need them? Wait, we need them too for the community.
We
Oh no.
need them for
Summer crop. We need one.
um
Mono, where are you?
Right here.
Where is he? Okay, here. You need one.
and we need to
Yeah,
keep
yeah.
them because I know George is gonna need it.
Yeah, so keep some of
All
those.
right. I will keep at least. Well, there's 5. Oh, there's already 4 in the bag, so I'll sell 4 and we'll keep 4.
Okay.
There's gonna be more anyway because it keeps growing.
Yeah.
And Mama, if you can craft fertilizer, there's stuff for that now.
Wait, what? Wait. You need pickaxe 3 for the rocks? What the fuck?
Yeah, those ones.
What the fuck? Going to get the watering can.
Loving on the chickens.
Yay! Make the
Chickens.
chickens happy.
Yeah.
Yup. Get all the
Okay.
milk. Put all the eggs in the thing.
Oh, I forgot to ask if you have Geo. It's when I'm already there.
That's okay. The one I have, I need to take to the thing anyway.
Ah.
I might have two, but that's okay. We can do it next time.
Do we need anything else? Like,
I think
do
it's-
we want to upgrade?
we probably need to buy another cow and chicken soon.
Right, maybe that's smarter to do. Yeah.
That way we can
gotta
eventually
copper
get other
watering
types of
can.
animals.
If
Yeah, because the next one is steel, and we'll need 5.
right.
And the copper trash can is kind of funny. You get you get 15% of the things you
Yay.
chuck back. But it's not really a necessity. I don't
No, but it'll be nice when we can once
afford
we
it.
get everything else.
Yeah.
I
Like
actually
I
just
figure
got a
get the
large
tools done
milk.
and then do the trash can.
The beef is done good. We got a large milk now.
Noise.
Yay.
We're
Good job,
bringing that for
beef.
the community center too.
I don't think there's anything on the beach today, so.
I caught our tuna, so we don't need to do any fishing. And it's not raining, so.
There's one urchin that was hidden, or coral.
Oh.
Coral.
Is it pink or purple?
He's pink.
Oh yeah. Cool.
Purple's
I love the
urchin.
cat for you, Rain.
Yeah. Yay,
Getty
thank
had
you.
loves. Oh, I forgot
I'm
to
coming
drop
back
the
to
Yeah,
kitty,
it's
water the
pretty
crop.
useless. I'm still hanging out in bed.
Okay.
Wait, why?
Because I'm making a peanut butter, or not a peanut butter, but a butter and butter sandwich. Butter and jelly sandwich. Oh my god, words.
Peanut
She's
butter
hungry.
jelly
She's making
time.
food.
It's not peanut butter though.
Mm.
Just butter.
When you find moss laying on the ground from one of our collection seasons that we left behind.
Whoops.
Well, at least
Sorry, I
it
missed
didn't
one.
die.
No, it was probably me. It was just laying
Could
there.
have been me. I did end up like leaving things behind.
Mhm.
I just
Yeah,
I
like
was,
all the flower seeds I randomly picked up at one location.
yeah. Like I was just swiping and going. Can't blame me.
How many spots does the watering can? Oh, there's sunflowers.
Yeah. Oh, I need those for the year too.
They're done.
Yes.
3 sunflowers done.
Yay.
Was it 2 squares? The watering can, or 3?
I don't know.
Oh, it's 3. It's 3. Nice. So you get 3 for 1.
Yeah. I'm just gonna single.
Oh, stupid scarecrow.
Now we need.
Nick.
Summer.
So are you just gonna do one set at a time to do copper and then go through and do iron and stuff like that, or are we?
Yeah. that sounds good.
Or is it just gonna be the one set that gets upgraded?
I think we
don't
just
know,
need
I'm
the
gonna-
one
I'm
for
gonna put
now.
the
We can
watering-
share it.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the one in there.
So we can
Yeah.
make more money faster.
Yeah.
I think we can just share.
I could put
the
I
tools.
could put the pickaxe in the
Okay,
one
yeah,
in
'cause
cave as well.
Because I go to the mine a lot. And yeah, if you
Yeah.
put the pickaxe in the mine right there at the
Yeah.
entrance.
Problem is, then I won't have any tools. So
But I mean, we can put.
we need
True.
like basic ones
Mhm.
like on us at all times probably.
Mm-hmm.
But I can. Can you buy them? How does that work?
Maybe. A good question.
Oh wait, no, I have a workaround. Huh?
I mean, I
Rose
could
left.
switch one with you since I do the mine a lot anyway.
Rose left her stuff, I think.
Oh, there you go.
So I can use hers.
Hi,
as well.
Turtle. How are you doing? Happy Easter. Welcome to the team.
Alright, I'm not gonna do the mushroom logs until after my trees have grown.
I'm putting one watering can in the pink one next to my house.
Okay.
So because there's a couple of things there. Oh no! Oh,
But yeah, I
those were
need that.
yours. Mm.
Oh, the tools, yeah, they were mine.
Oh, so
I've been leaving them in there so I can grab
So yeah,
whatever I
this-
need.
Wait, you broke the moss things again?
I took them down because I was gonna wait until the trees grew. I think my chest was stunting the growth of one of my trees. So.
Did anybody do the beach yet?
Yes, there's nothing. Okay. Nothing there.
Did you drop the pickaxe off at the mine, or do you have it on you?
I have it on me still because I'm still at the farm, but I was gonna.
Okay, I can go grab it from you. And then I'll go do some mining.
I want to go with you. Can we do that? I want to go mining too, so we can double up. And then I'll
just meet you there.
It in the. Yeah. Let me just drop off some coral things. Should I? Oh, you get sunflower seeds back.
Yeah.
Oh, should I plant?
Bring that with you and drop it off at the community center. One of those flowers.
Yeah, but the seed. I'll leave the seeds here. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, just running now. Were there any carrots left, or are they all gone?
I think they were spring only anyway.
I
There
don't
should
have
be
any
one of
food
each
with
in the
me
vegetables.
for-
I
Yeah,
can give
I
you
don't have
food.
any food for the mining. For the.
I can give you food, Momo.
You have enough? Okay.
I have some field snacks.
Cool.
I made a shit ton at one point.
On my way. Should probably drop it off at the community center before I go into the mine, right? And I went the wrong way. Took the way around. It's already 7:30. Fuck. Running.
Just waiting on you, Momo.
What was the flower one? Which one? The
Sunflower is on the billboard.
Let's go.
It's on the billboard. I'm pretty sure.
Yep, there it is. Boop.
Hmm.
Come on, me. Now you can already go to a floor if you want. And then I'll just jump in after you.
Okay. I'll be on level 45.
Ish. Almost there.
Killing things and stuff.
Rawr. Beep boop.
And opening passageways.
45.
Oh,
yeah, you already did it.
Yeah, let's go down there. We'll try to get 5.
Wrong one. Slime.
Ooh, that one's cool. Diet slime.
Should I sell some of our foraged fruit? Or are we just using it to make pickled stuff?
You can pickle it. It'd be best.
Okay.
It'll save money. And then I was checking to see what the community center needed as far as each one of those goes.
Gotcha. The pickled spring onion looks cool.
Does it?
Yeah.
I wasn't sure what it would look like. I just throw it in there.
They all change different color now. I'm just gonna hold it and I'll sell it tomorrow.
Where's
'Cause
Momo?
it's so cool.
I'm on the other side. Working
Did they
away the other
fix
side.
that where you can both hit the same rock and get double?
Oh, I don't know.
Usually that's how we go in here,
Oh.
is hit the same rock
Ah,
and try to get double.
did we?
I just got 4.
I forgot to look. Okay, let's check it in.
Okay, let's try this rock. 1, 2. I didn't get
It's already
anything, so they
gone. It
must
was
have
just a
fixed.
one-hit one.
Oh, Oh,
I
I
got
got
a
a-
frozen geode.
yeah, and I didn't. So yeah, I think they fixed it.
That.
I keep getting jade though.
Mhm.
Alright, anything good down here? Worth fighting a slime over. Oh no, it's time to
already
leave.
12. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's time to go.
I mean,
Nope, I can't get out.
come. Oh, we don't need to. Leave mine.
Leave. Run.
Leaving the thing. I'm running.
Okay. And then
Wait.
I'm going to leave or
Run.
grab the things I put in there. You left your hoe in there too?
Come. I think so. I did, but you have to hurry. Go to the left. Don't forget.
I know. It's dark and I turned in the wrong place last time.
I guess I misclicked the whole one.
Okay.
Honey, I'm home.
I got 2 of the green doohickeys.
The jade.
No, the scrolls.
Oh, the door scroll.
Really?
Yeah,
What
2
is it?
green
You got a
doors.
present.
Donate one for the other.
Different bed. Oh, I got a sturdy ring recipe. Eee. I just hit level 1 combat because I didn't go to
mining
mine a bunch
because you
yet.
had been mining.
No. Don't choke now.
Try not to.
Good girl.
Oh, you guys didn't even share a bed with me today.
Oh my gosh, I didn't
Oh,
realize
sunny
everybody's
tomorrow.
in my Discord. We got Keith and
Yeah, I
Tex and
know.
Tank and Goose.
Goose
I'm
was
such a
in
slacker.
When I came over
Oh.
here.
Tomorrow is an unusual amount of shells and corals are expected to wash up in the beaches all around the world. That's what the news said.
Oh no!
Are you trying to
Look
hand
at
it
the
to me?
onions!
That's so cool.
Melons are done.
Those
Are they
are
not?
cool
There's a show
looking.
Momo.
Are they done?
Momo, look at the onions! Look at the pickled
Onion.
onions!
Wait. I'm gonna Eh, cute.
We're up to 41 slimes.
Yay!
Great. That was a really nasty one, man.
I was like, what the heck? Okay, I'm checking on the chickens, and then I'm gonna go to see Gunther and all them. Clint and Gunther.
It's my Oh, it's a holiday, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Dang
there's
it.
the summer thing, the festival.
So there's no point in me trying to go see that.
No.
Ugh. Dang it.
Wrong way.
Summer festival, is that the one we gotta bring quality produce? Or is that the other one?
This is the fishing one, I think.
No.
The luau one?
No, luau isn't fishing.
No. Okay, well. Which one was
Which
this?
one is this? How come it didn't tell me in the mail that it was the thing?
It
It did for me.
It's the luau, so we need to take something.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
Find some gold
special
star stuff. Just not a melon. If we have
I
melons
have
or
a
corn.
gold squash.
There should be a bunch of gold stuff in there. We were saving it for this.
And we have purple. We have purple. We have purple fish.
Oh yeah,
Ooh.
I'm putting moss in.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe it'll taste good.
Moss soup, maybe.
Wait, what? Wait, is this the one where they make the soup?
Yeah.
Oh, there's special stuff you need to put in there, I think.
No.
No?
No.
You really want to
just
put in
good quality.
You really want to put in a superior red mullet then?
Yeah, you can. We don't need it for the singing.
How are the games coming out? Oh, they're going good. Thank you, Nick. We're doing all the things and stuff.
We have
Exploring.
a frozen geode. Yay.
Yeah, we got 4 frozen geodes, 2 jades, and for the community center,
I'm
and
just gonna
a
go carry it.
dwarf thing for
Carrying
the
my moss
doohickey.
to the beach.
That's cool, yeah.
What else?
We had a
Oh,
new
the
event
parsnips
happen
were
that
so
was cool in the game.
didn't make
that
the
I hadn't seen
parsnip.
before.
Parsnips.
No, we
That's
missed it by
okay.
1 gold. We missed the
That
parsnips by
sucks.
1 gold. It was sad.
Mm-hmm.
Haley,
Super
move her
sad.
ass out of the way.
So
Do
did
we
you
have enough
guys
stuff?
get all the things?
Yeah, I
Or
got
do we
my
each
thing.
have to have one?
Each one. That's it?
Do we
Yeah.
each need to put something in the soup?
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we
Okay,
don't each
so I
have
need to get something.
I have 2 things.
Okay, because I didn't get anything to put in there.
Oh
so
yeah,
I'm a
then maybe
sucker.
just give.
Here. No.
No.
Okay.
One. Am I forgetting that?
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Coming. Oh, we're almost in. I hope we're gonna make it.
Well, Haley was late. Elliot just left.
Oh, jeez. Where are we going again?
Beach.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Shit, they already left?
No.
Oh, because I'm seeing people.
They're just doing their
routine.
Normal, everyday
rounds,
walking path.
technically.
Ish.
Hello.
Hi, everybody.
Governor's here for his visit. Okay.
Are you
Put
sure?
in my onion.
Wait, I'm gonna Google it quickly.
Well,
Stardew. Yeah,
I don't care
think
if
can
it's
do anything
nasty or
about it
good.
anyway.
I don't have anything else, so.
The best thing to put in a gold cauliflower or a gold large milk. Yeah.
Ah, well, he didn't get the milk. The community center did.
There was one thing you shouldn't put in, and I forgot what it was because I made a horrible.
I don't
surprise.
remember.
The-
It was
the
fun though.
shorts. Mayor's shorts.
Oh, you put those in the soup? Or you can't?
I've done that before. But yeah.
Ew. What did they say?
Total.
It was a shock.
There's nothing.
They got the cute ceiling leaves. Oh, I love
we
them so much. Oh, the star fruit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but we don't,
don't
have
need
that.
that.
No.
When we're rich and famous.
So did we put everything in the soup? Are we good?
No, not yet. I'm talking to everyone first.
Fucking
Oh, you hadn't talked to everyone yet?
Oh,
doing
I
it
don't think
now.
so. I just wanted to say hi to everyone.
Oh, okay.
Mono's
Oh,
not a socialite in
It won't let
Stardew.
me put the moss in, so we're okay.
Oh. Wait, so you didn't bring anything then?
No.
Oh shit.
I had hoped it would let me put moss in.
You didn't bring anything else?
Mm-mm.
I hope we can get it then.
We'll be okay.
Just let me know when you're ready.
Working on it?
No problem. Stretch.
Overresponsive. I think I'm done.
Dixie!
Yeah, I'm done.
Myrtle. Myrtle's sleepy.
Myrtle power.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, we're good.
Who dat?
I'm trying to wake people up. I think that's a good idea.
Yep.
Splash. Splash, I'm gonna get the bot over and over. Morning, W. I like bots. I trust that you all put higher quality ingredients in the pot this year. We don't want the governor to regret his visit.
Look at me just all the way at the right, just separated from you guys.
Because you didn't put
It's an
anything
honor
in.
to taste your soup.
They're like, how dare you? How dare you?
Oh, because he's upset because it's missing mine.
What?
Of course. I've been looking forward to this.
I'm ahead. I just skipped through it.
Oh no. Rain, you fucked us.
Well, it's not bad, but it's missing something. I feel like it's missing someone's unique voice.
It's a little bland.
Bear's bad. You pissed him off.
Look, I was gonna put moss in there, but
Alright,
it wouldn't
it's a little
let me.
bland. Well, thanks for joining us this year, Governor. Sorry, soup wasn't anything special.
No, geez.
Now, who else wants some soup? Aww. Leave it to Rain and her moss shenanigans.
Not my fault it wouldn't let me put moss in there. I'll have to
You
yell at
let-
Concerned Ape about it.
Mm-hmm. You didn't add a backup ingredient, I tell you. I feel like I should do
I'm
something.
tweeting at Concerned Ape.
We can make moss soup, but we can't add it to the soup.
Right. Makes 0 sense.
I don't know if the moss soup's for humans to eat, though. We haven't discovered what it's for yet. It might be for, like, a creature or something.
Be.
They're just total guesstimations, because actual spoilers I try not to say.
All them wood.
Might as well. Got energy to burn. Trying to burn my energy.
There's no more trees almost on the farm.
Oh, I'm down south, but yeah.
Maybe we should plant some trees.
We can.
Oh.
I don't kill the
Okay.
baby trees as they're growing, but I don't think they're
Me
growing
neither.
now.
Problem is, I left my my hovel is still at the.
Do baby trees not grow in spring or
They should.
I mean summer?
They should.
Yeah, the seed I planted isn't growing.
I tweeted
It
at him.
isn't.
I'll plant some more though.
It might be too close. But I don't know.
We need to go to sleep. Maybe it's too close to the green stuff. Yeah.
Maybe. I just planted stuff. Time to sleep. Yay, you made it back. Welcome back, artist.
Mushroom log. Level 4.
Yeah, you can make it now.
Yes.
You guys sold the squashes?
I did.
Yeah.
Summer
kept a lot.
squashes.
I kept a lot as well.
Oh, did you?
Oh, did you? Okay. Because the summer squashes are like the most health and energy for like mining
Oh
and
shit!
stuff.
Really? Oh, that did I.
Yeah, they give
They're
you
like the
more
carrots.
health. They're like a cooked meal without cooking.
Oh.
Yeah,
You're turning
63 energy, 28,
the
39
protein.
health.
Ooh.
The squashes and stuff are really good for like the mine. And
Oh,
stuff.
cool.
Yeah,
I'll remember that.
yeah, no.
They are gonna regrow, so that's good.
Yeah.
Mhm. I'm making room. I'm stealing all the silver vegetables out of our inventory.
Okay.
Or?
Almost all of them. Because we don't need like gold, silver, and plain of everything.
Oh yeah,
Ah.
makes sense.
We were only saving gold of everything, to be honest, for the soup.
No, but I was doing it for the fall thing, honestly, for the
Oh
showcase.
yeah.
Oh,
why
I
I
forgot
was
about that one.
saving
Yeah,
them.
we need it for that too. Yeah.
Here. Oh.
But we won't need like 6 or 7 of each gold.
No, that's just my habit of keeping one each.
No. You're fine. I'm just going through and making us quick funds. I did keep one of each thing though, other than silver, because there's no point doing that with silver.
Actually, the sunflowers give 45 energy and 20 health as well.
Yeah, that's not bad. Because the
we should-
squashes I think is 63, but the carrots were like 70 something per gold. It was ridiculous.
Mm. Yeah, the thing is with the sunflowers, you get seeds again after you harvest them.
Open up.
There we go. Now there's a sign with moss on it next to my house.
Did you get anything for planting the moss thing?
They're still growing.
Yeah, no, but no achievement or anything.
No, nothing yet.
Okay, back to the mine. Maybe I'll take some squash. Oh wait,
Alright, we'll
the
say the sign
chickens?
is on the path.
Chickens.
Oh.
Did you want to buy more animals?
Yeah, we do. Are y'all taking care of the animals this time?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
doing the
Yeah.
chickens right now.
I'll go talk to
Okay.
Beef and Angus.
Cows. Okay. And I haven't checked the fruit in a few days.
Oh, did we already have the Demetrius fruit there?
Yeah, I've been checking the fruit, but I haven't. I thought that's what you were talking about. Yeah. I haven't
On
checked
the
it in a few
cave?
days. Yeah, that's how I've been
I had
adding
no
all the
idea.
fruit to the community center.
Nice.
I've been adding all of
that.
That's what we were talking about. I was like, I've been adding all the fruit to the community center from him. The cave.
Hey. Oh, I just got regular milk. Okay.
What day are we on? 12?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been trying to do chickens, cows,
Nope.
fruit.
Cat. Yeah. Cat is loved.
Yay.
You can always check, by the way. I always forget that.
Oh.
You can go
I never
into
look
your
up there.
menu and click the little animal button and you can see if it's petted or not.
Oh yeah. I forgot about that.
Mhm.
I love how we're better friends with Anne and Poopery than we are with Orange Kitty.
I mean, the kitty doesn't do anything.
Well, that's still rude. Oh
Is there
no.
anything we need to get building on or something?
Not until we can earn the next animal in each barn. So we need another chicken and 2 more cows before we can buy goats and ducks.
Ah, okay. Yep, I put my my helpful in there.
I don't have any help with me, and that's okay. We're just gonna suffer.
Where?
I'm going to the mines.
Oh, I'm there too. See you there.
I'm not bringing health with me, which is a bad idea, but
I have 2 squash with me. That's it.
that's okay. I have 2 squash seeds. Doesn't do us any good, but
Well, we might find some cave carrots.
yeah. I'm almost always underprepared when I come to the mines.
I'm almost near you guys if you want to swing by me and I can give you guys a filled snack.
I'm already in 45, and Raina's
Never
too,
mind.
so
Yeah.
I see.
Okay.
You want to join us?
I could. Let's see.
I found a
Hey.
My
bomb.
inventory's pretty full. but-
You got two.
Yeah, I did.
Got two what?
2 bombs.
2 bombs. And
New
Oh.
we
journal
got 2
entry.
so it looks like we're getting double by fighting the things.
We can go to the Adventurers Guild.
Here, let's try that again on a thing. Oh,
Yeah, I
let's try.
tried that with Mono, but it didn't work. For the things,
Ah.
it doesn't work.
Alright, I'm just putting filled snacks in the chest outside.
Okay. We're still in 45, so.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, we're still trying
Sorry.
to find the.
Oh, I thought you gotta be all the way down by now, and I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna be able to catch up.
We found one, so we can wait for you. We can go to 46.
Okay. 5. Alright, in.
All the way down. Straight down, that's where we are. Here.
Pew.
Gonna get a lot of rock.
Why can't I get through there? That's weird. I would advise cutting. Never mind. I just killed 4 sprites. Turtle, you burnt my butt. Oh,
Hey.
yam. You need that for the community center, you do.
Winter root.
Winter root, yeah. Yeah, that thing.
We're
Mama.
standing in the sprites.
Yeah, I got confused about who I was who, and then I accidentally hit tab and then lost my weapon and was trying to fight them with a rock.
Yep. I was like, what is she doing?
I blame Turtle because I got burnt.
You bet. Yeah. Someone to the rescue. Oh,
Oh,
well,
found
no,
it.
Left.
Left.
Oh, Mono found it.
Left.
Yes. Coming.
Oh, I'm already
gonna
out of
kill
energy.
all these sprites and
Behind you.
slimes. Oh my god, there's so many. Don't die on me though. I got food I can give you guys.
I have no energy.
What
I
can I
have
carry?
nothing in my pocket. I'll eat one.
Don't eat the yam. Oh, or the
I ate one. I had
okay, never
another.
mind. I was gonna say these will give
Yeah.
you probably more energy.
Yeah.
For this, the slimes, you want to smash them against the wall. I've heard, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that. Okay.
Yeah, because then you get them cornered.
Momo, I'm chasing you.
Ah.
Just trying to give you a field snack.
Oh shit. Well, wait. Let's do the slime
Here.
first before we die. Oh, look.
Hey, aw. You got it.
Hey, aw.
You got
I'm
the
guessing
book.
I have the book. Yeah, I'm guessing you guys already have more mining experience than me, though. Let me check. I have 1 in mining.
Where are my skills? Same. So,
Oh, you want it?
no, it's okay.
You sure? Watch out for the back.
Yeah. Okay. I'm more of a fisher anyway.
Truth. Okay, let's go find. I have new ideas to sleep on.
Oh, she disappeared on us. Oh, okay.
There it is. Found it. Down
Found
south.
it.
I mean,
Ooh.
oh, that's a lot. That's good.
We should let Momo do it. She's got the better pickaxe.
Ooh, I've got
Right.
some ideas.
On my way. Oh, they're gone. One more here.
Next, down here
Ooh.
to the right.
I'm getting exhausted.
Yay, we
again.
made it 5 floors. 50. Oh, we got new shoes. Commands. You don't have permission? I need a mod. Commands.
Can I have another snack?
And then if you want
Yeah.
cookies too.
Same.
And
I have a fruit snack?
two, I
You want
think.
a fruit snack?
Yes, hold on.
Oh,
You want snacks?
snack. Yay.
Thank you.
I love that we have to take a break to have a snack.
Mm-hmm. Alright, I'm out of snacks.
I'll take a snack. Fight the sprites. Hey,
Oh, you found the
look.
stairs already. Nice.
I'm not
Right
even
on.
hitting it.
Me neither.
Dang, I was
Wait,
hoping
there's a
to
blood
hack
there.
this too. Yeah.
What?
Oh no, yeah. No hacks. She's starting to meow at me.
There's just up here. There's nothing in here.
Meow. Oh, cool. Oh, we each get to open that bag of coal. That's
Mhm.
cool.
Getting
Oh,
chased
there's
by
the
a
ghost.
bat.
And slimes.
Oh, ow.
Okay, we hit the
Rude.
ghosty.
And watch
I
that
don't
weird
know what happened to the
sand.
ghost, but he was sent into. Oh, there he is. He had been sent into oblivion. I'm fighting the ghost.
Good luck.
I got him.
Oi. Oh, what?
No! Golly, thank you so much for
There's another ghost on
subscribing
this
for
level.
24 months. Thank
I'm
you,
currently
thank you,
fighting the
thank you.
one.
Oh, well, next level has one too.
Oh, Roxy.
Okay.
Thank you. I accidentally hit play. We're gonna think I'm playing marbles. Not. Oh
I'm
no, it's
fighting
midnight.
Shit. Let me quickly
Can
get
we
the
find-
amethyst.
Alright, I'm gonna run away since I can't fight this ghost.
Anything of
We
value
were
in
so
there still?
close to getting the next floor too. It's so
Oh,
Oh,
sad.
we just got it. We just got it.
Did we
No,
go
the
to 55 though?
No,
Yeah, that's what.
we didn't get
what we're
55.
on about.
Because each
What?
5 it saves in the elevator.
Yeah. Every
Stretch
five.
break. Okay.
Yeah.
The stretch break sounds good.
Yeah,
Once we
wait,
get
you
home.
can-
We're at
55,
47 right now.
54.
Or no, 50. Oh, 54. Oh,
We only need one more level and we would have
Mm.
had 5.
that sucks.
That's what I
That's
am.
okay.
Yeah, we're running.
Run faster.
Can't.
We're going as fast as we can.
Barely not.
But yeah, thank you so much, Carly. Thank you for 24 months. Dang, that's 2
We're
years.
making it.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jiggy.
I did my favorite cookie too. That was the most fun one to make.
We made it.
Mm-hmm.
I think we might have to make some more cookies.
Craft elixir.
Oh, I can make a staircase now.
Yeah, same.
Craft recipe
Oh,
transmute.
you made it to level 2 as well?
What?
Mhm.
I
What?
could transmute iron? What the heck?
Yeah.
What is that?
Yeah, you transmute a copper bar to an
Um,
iron bar.
Guys, I can make
Cool.
glowstone rings now.
Oh my god, yes.
Please. What does it take though?
Let me see.
Hey, it's raining. It's a storm.
Noise.
I can
Oh, we can't
make
make batteries yet.
glowstone rings with solar essence and 5 iron bars.
Oh, we don't have
So
the
the-
solar yet.
Yeah, we haven't made it that far in the mine yet.
Oh,
Did we donate one of those yet?
What? Oh, the
Sunflowers.
yeah, we did. And there's no one. Oh, there's
Yay.
mill. We got mill. Or I
How
do.
did we?
A lot of stones
Dang it.
scattered around. If you have a surplus, 75 stones for 1,000 gold. Yeah, I think that's a good deal.
There.
We got tomatoes.
What did we do? Huh? What?
We got
Ship?
tomatoes.
Artist ships with
Yay.
sixer. So does that mean
We got one
a
gold one.
sixth mate
Oh, we
or
don't need a gold one.
artist gunner?
Just a normal one.
Let's see. Red snapper. I need to go catch. And a.
Don't forget to see if that shoe is better than the shoes you have equipped. 1 defense.
Oh, I already equipped them actually.
2 defense.
Yeah.
There. And don't forget we
Okay,
can save our shoes and stuff for other players, so we don't
Yeah.
have to throw them away.
Alright, I need to go get the red snapper, hopefully, and then remind me I have to go to the forest or the lake to get
Forest or the lake. Okay.
to the walleye at night.
Oh,
Okay. I'm taking care
I'll
of beef.
try.
Chickens are done.
It's raining,
Where does-
so it's like the best time to catch these things.
Hmm.
Oh, what about the tilapia? I don't remember.
So for the
Can't catch that anytime down here. Cool.
grape jelly is ready.
Piglet has been caught by turtle and artist. Cows have been milked.
Cool.
And their barns have been closed for the weather.
Do we sell the grape jelly?
Yes.
Yeah, you can sell it. I've already put one in the community center.
Cool.
Oh, I found some carrot seeds.
Oh
Found
man, I
carrot
forgot
seeds.
my sea jelly at home.
I don't know. Where are you?
I'm at the beach.
I can meet you halfway.
That's okay. I'll be alright.
So I'm almost out of the cream I used. Is almost out, and now 6 ounces is like $10.
Ouch.
Yeah.
That
I
little
forgot
moss
and
sign,
left.
it's so cute.
Right?
All that stuff
I thought
in
it was
there.
great to grow my mushrooms on. That was
Did you
my-
figure out where to grow those stump logs yet?
I don't like the mushroom logs or a crafting thing. I'm currently trying to grow the trees. So they're in between my house and Rose's house. So there's a sign for it. I'm only getting mullets right now. I'm getting real tired of these mullets.
Understandable.
I need a snapper and a tilapia. Hey, look, my sea jelly. I caught one.
Nice.
And I ate it, and now I get a +1.
Can't put it there?
That's
Dang it.
all the sign.
Wanted to put it on there.
We can cook now.
What?
We can cook now.
Oh
They
my
added a
God, what the
cookout
fuck is
kit.
that? Oh yeah.
Yay!
You don't need the kitchen anymore. It's so nice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's raining, so I guess we can go back to the mine if you like. There's nothing much else to do today.
If you find an area to fish, you could probably try and fish up the ghost fish.
Right? Didn't bring bait though, but
You need purple
I
cat ears?
have all the
Okay.
bait anyway.
I
'cause
got you.
Can't use
My
it
14 ounces,
without
30.
the
Oof.
fancy rod
Let's
that I have.
see.
alright.
Purple. Got you. Purple cat ears. Let's see.
Behind the bunny ears.
Yeah, like I did last time.
I got the red snapper.
So you're a cat bunny. If I can slide them right. Oh yeah, stretch break. I gotta do that too. It's so hard to stretch break.
Now I wonder if I can get the tilapia.
Ouch. There we go.
Tilapia is
Adorbs.
the next one.
Yeah, we're gonna do some modified stretch breaking.
Was it every 5 levels or every 10
I'll
levels?
stand up.
Has some
I think that's as
special-
high as my camera will go.
Every 10.
But yeah. I think that's it. Yeah, we got bunny ears
See a tilapia.
and cat ears.
It was,
And-
hell yeah.
Gaming.
Right, the guild is open. Don't forget, we got the message. You can actually go in there now.
Oh.
Shane, thank you
Walleye
so
now.
much, Shane. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, I think I'm gonna drop these off at Rose's house. Which one's house is Rose's? Almost.
She's right next door
Rose.
to me.
Okay. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
you
leave
can
these.
actually sell stuff now at the guild. You can sell the weapons.
Who the heck did that to Rose's
good.
bed? You guys are bad.
What do we do?
I did.
I did.
Rain.
Oh, why?
Because she's
Rain.
not playing. So I
Yeah, but
moved it off.
we use the house sometimes to sleep in. That's gotta be a make or break. If we think like,
No.
oh, that's closest.
Yeah, it's an emergency. Oh crap, Rain blocked it off.
Yeah.
Did we need a shad? I just caught one.
Gonna blame Rain.
What?
A shad.
No clue.
Let's see.
If you hover over it, it'll tell you, remember? Just hit E on your
Oh, yeah.
menu and see if the tree
No.
vibrates.
It doesn't. Okay, we don't need it. I forgot about that.
Alright, I'm just gonna put these boots in my dresser. But yeah, thank you so much, Shane. Thank you for the biddies, and thank you for the stretch break, turtle. I do need to stretch. I've been streaming like I don't know how many hours now. You guys saw me. But yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Got some more moss for you.
See, this is when I wish I had one of those standing desks. Just push the
Oh
button
no,
and
I
the whole
catch
thing
a
goes.
pike when I don't want a pike.
Oh shit.
Stand up and stream for a little bit
A walleye.
and not sit the whole time.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna look at crafting.
Into the mines.
So I need
Walleye is gonna be the hardest one for me to catch, I think.
some earth
Got a winter
crystals,
root.
guys. So
Okay.
get your earth crystals. I need earth crystals. I'm gonna work on the iron bars, but yeah, we need level 45 area with all the iron, and we need
The earth crystals, which are on the
which
lower
are lower.
Or no, like they're on the like beginning levels. Sorry. Find them in the beginning levels.
I'm
A lot
trying to
easier.
find the solar things and the void.
Oh, you have to fight the ghosties.
Yeah. Oh, did you get one yet? From the
No.
ghost?
No, because it was late. I couldn't get
Oh,
him.
right, it was bugged.
Midnight hit and I couldn't kill him in time.
See, because I think I have sort of a glow ring, but that's because I found it.
Oh, I got a ghost.
I have a small glow ring. This one will be
Yeah.
better though, that I can craft. And we already have 6 iron bars, so we only have
Mono
to
out
make
here was
15.
pretty much like equal skills almost. Are almost. Oh, I just
Me?
saw all your skills.
Oh,
Yeah.
except for
They're all
fishing.
pretty equal. Yeah.
In combat, surprisingly, I fight like crazy in the cave. I'm surprised my combat's so low.
Oh, I got river jelly.
But yeah, I have a very balanced method to everything I do on the daily, apparently, except for fishing, because I'm terrible at that.
Alright. Damn, you already have 444?
And
Yeah.
I got increased energy temporarily. Oh.
Finding the
Alright,
ghost is
so
so...
that's
Oh,
I
kinda
never
annoying.
even know where my
solar
fishing
essence.
pole is.
Yay!
Got the solar essence for the community center.
You can't put the weapon in there. That's dumb.
don't want the pike. Give me a walleye. I don't need a bream either. I'm gonna cry. It's not giving me what I need.
Catch all the things.
I'm trying.
I call driftwood.
Nice.
I don't really care as long as it counts toward my skills.
Well, you should try. Okay, cool. You're in the you're fishing in the river, so we're good. That's where we're gonna find the walleye anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Raina,
Got a
remember you need
JoJo
to do
Cola.
something.
Huh?
Just
Yeah.
remembered you wanted to do something.
Yeah, I'm trying to catch them. Since I caught the other two that we needed.
Come on, let me
Try
find
by the waterfall.
space.
Oh, you're doing it on the farm. That's not gonna do anything.
Yeah, it's
Why
only
not though?
catching
That's
like
a river as well.
Because it's not always a river.
Lame.
dumb.
Yeah, it says river in the town and forest, forest pond, and the mountain lake. Ugh. It's only when it's raining in the summer.
Driftwood is considered trash, so you save it for the recycle machine. I don't know when it's gonna pop up and let me make the recycle machine. I do so much crafting, you think I'd be getting close. But maybe it's because of my fishing has to be up, I bet.
I got a crystal fruit. Do we need it?
Ooh,
Ooh, save
we
that.
need that too.
When we can make a seed maker, we can turn it into seeds.
I got another solar.
Oh, we need the crystal fruit for the foraging.
Mm-hmm. That too.
Wait, what level am I at?
Well,
Made
you
it to
can just see
55,
yours.
guys. Made it to 55.
Can I make it home if I leave at 1
Where?
from the
Probably not.
I'm on the bridge between the
Not
museum
sure.
and the mayor's house.
No, maybe 12:30. We have 2 solar essence now. And I got a frozen fruit thingy. It's called crystal fruit. I don't know
Yeah.
if we need that, but
Alright, well, I didn't catch a walleye.
Well, if you hover over things, it'll tell you for the community center if you need it or not.
1 a.m.
Yep. I'm heading
Time
back.
to run.
Oh yeah, 1 a.m. I definitely could have just left. It's not that
I
far.
just got an octopus from the trash. So worth
Oh
it.
my god.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
GG.
Run. Run! It's gonna be close.
I'm a good girl. I'm already in bed.
Move faster. Yeah, I don't need to pass out anymore. I'm gonna go through this stretch too.
Okay, I sold all the fish we don't need. And bed.
No!
Oh no.
Because you had to dig through the trash.
If you're in your house. If you're in your house, it should count.
Hey, I can make the recycling machine. It is level 4 for fishing.
Yay! I knew there was something. So yeah. Thank goodness, because we've got tons of trash. We've been saving it forever.
Wait, we can already make sprinklers?
Oh
Yeah, we can, but they're just
I
the
think
crappy
level
ones,
1.
so we don't bother.
Yeah.
Because they only do 4 plants.
Yeah.
Right.
Alright, what's the weather like tomorrow?
Elbow.
Ooh, Queen of Sauce. There's a new episode. Fortune teller.
Pancakes.
Happy today. Oh, it's gonna be sunny tomorrow. Fuck.
It's so shitty when it's. Whoa, we have 12,000 now.
Yeah.
My throat's as dry as desert bone.
Ale.
Pale ale.
I need
We haven't grown
25
any hops
wood,
yet.
25 stone, and an iron bush.
Melons.
Yay! I hope we get 5 gold.
Let's see. Already got 2. 3, 4. Yes, 5. We got him.
Yay! If you go to the community center, I have this octopus.
Yeah, I'm gonna go, so yeah, that's good.
Alright,
And
I'm
then
gonna
the
make
chicken
2
thing.
recycling machines.
Right this minute.
Because I got some
They
things
only
on
use 1 iron bar each, so
Okay.
I figure I can make 2.
Yeah, and the rest of the iron I'm saving to get our thingamajigs.
Mm-hmm.
Our rings.
Yeah.
Working on those.
Look!
Alright,
I got them.
Nice.
Oh, actually, he doesn't go in the community
Did you just
center.
beat me up?
No, the thing. I beat the thing. Oh,
The
this
octopus doesn't go in the community center.
Oh.
No.
Weird.
No.
Well, we got more squash now.
Yeah. Are you going to the community center?
I am.
Yeah. I'll give you
So I can
Tilapia,
just sell him for now.
Thank you.
Great, great.
and I give you this guy. There you go. And I'll sell the
you.
other one.
For the melons, I suppose we'll sell some.
Sandshrew has been caught by turtle.
Yeah.
Murder.
I'm gonna put the algae with the fish stuff because that's where
Okay.
we'll get it. Makes more sense. Oh, it was split up. Anyway.
Cows, gloves,
Okay.
gloves.
The crystal fruit goes in this community center. Right, so this one I shouldn't sell. This one I can sell. Do we need a normal melon as well in the community center?
Oh,
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
You need
Okay.
the 5 gold and normal. Same way with corn. You need 1 normal corn and 5 gold corn.
Okay. Okay. So this is community. Wait, no, it's community. Community. It's the wrong way around. This I can sell. This I can't sell.
Oh, have you left yet?
No, I'm still here.
Okay, hold on. Don't leave yet because we need to. How do I get that? How do we get? Never mind. I know what to do. I gotta get something for you to take.
What
there.
can you make in these things? I can't even click them yet.
What?
The machine should just put down.
Oh, I just
Oh, they're
put
already
the
making-
recycled.
They're already
it
working.
made torches. I'm down here at your house.
Why is that not working?
That makes all kinds of things. What isn't working?
I wanted to pick up some hay because we need 10 hay in the community center, but it won't let me because I already put it down.
Oh no.
Pick
yeah.
up the ones that's already on the.
I tried. It wouldn't let me.
It won't let
And
you
how
pick
are
up
we
what's
supposed
already
to
on the
get
ground.
new ones?
But I know how. I just have to do it in the morning, or like
Oh,
you know
yeah.
after a rainy day. I just can't do it today.
So can I go?
Yeah, I can't do it today. I was gonna hand it to you, but I can't.
Why can't we? You can't pick out any
Nope.
on non-rainy. Oh.
No, it goes straight into the silos.
Yeah, but if you can pick it out in when you're with the chickens, right?
Nope.
You can just grab some. Oh, I thought you could.
Not
used to
after
be
you
able to.
filled up the bench. Once the bench
it
was
needs
full.
To be, yeah.
It needs to be empty and I have to pick up enough for you and for the thing.
Do we, by the way, need more seeds, or are we good?
No, I think we're okay.
Okay.
I'm just planting what we've got, technically. I keep planting the summer squash, but I think we only have a handful more days that we can plant them. I think the last day that we could is the 22nd.
Mm.
Yeah.
We need to make oh, it's a gold red snapper. Such a waste. For the community center. Oh, we
Hey.
did it. Bundle complete.
We already got one. I mean,
Yay.
I got 2
Star
gold
totems.
ones, so I sold one.
What'd you get?
warp totem for the beach.
Yay!
What did I want to
I
say?
just planted a bunch of our mixed seeds.
Oh, we could have made an omelet, damn it.
Pale ale. I can't make that right now.
We need to save one. Oh, and we already had the red mushroom. I forgot to bring it.
What is
Oh,
it?
the red mushroom,
Oh,
we have one.
I keep forgetting about these stupid things.
What stupid things?
The flowers.
Mm.
Oh, to
There's
water
the one
them.
thing I forget to water.
Ah, fuck. I deposited the frozen tear. Annoying. Oh,
Beef.
there we go. Another bundle.
No
Minecarts!
one,
Yay!
no one has talked to
Oh, no.
Beef, so he
Oh.
hasn't even been let out. Poor Beef and Angus.
We're close to
Yeah,
getting
I talked to
costume.
him, and I just didn't let him out, apparently.
Rude.
Did we
You
have
already
gold
milked them
yet
and
at
everything
all?
too.
Mm-hmm.
Did we have
What is
gold
that?
yet at all?
A little bit, but not much.
We're
Not
so
enough for
close to
one
getting
bar.
the minecarts done. We only need, because I think we already have a frozen tear. I just forgot to bring it. And the other thing we need is the red crystal thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then the frozen geode, I think. For the...
No, we already donated the frozen geode, right?
I don't think so, but I have them on me.
Okay.
I'll take them.
Which one was it? Boiler? It doesn't matter because we can. The fire quartz, we need the frozen tear. That's the one. And gold bar.
Mm.
And then
Yeah,
we
the
can
gold
fix
bar
the
is really
mine carts,
cool.
and that's gonna help a lot. We're getting around, honestly.
Yeah.
Okay, and we need a snow gem and a crocus, and then we're done with the winter
Mhm.
forge. It's not even winter.
Ah!
It's funny.
Breathe.
Oh, we actually need 2 red mushrooms.
Do we?
Well, there's one for exotic foraging, and there's another in the boiler room, I think.
Gotcha.
But
Yeah.
you don't need it for exotic because there's many other options.
Alright.
Hmm.
Alright. Frozen tear.
Woohoo.
Okay, I checked the cave. It's nothing.
Nothing I can do about the vault because we broke. Actually. So there's the 2,500, the 25,000, 5,000, and 10,000 bundle.
Yeah, don't do those yet. I mean,
Yeah.
they're not gonna give a good enough reward anyway, right now. Only when it's
Right.
completed, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think. I
It
correct?
gives us the bus repair upon reward.
The first one?
So... Oh,
Or
I
the
don't know,
whole
but
thing?
having it completed.
Yeah, but we don't have enough money to complete the whole thing yet.
Yeah.
I don't remember the individual rewards for it.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Maybe the wiki knows. Maybe.
Let me look.
I'm going back into the mines again.
Do it.
Just don't pass out. Vault. We get 3 chocolate cake.
Ooh.
The first one.
Wow, that's not really rewarding enough to do it.
No.
You could get a chocolate cake from the trash.
So literally. Oh, did we check the trash?
Not today.
We do. Mona
Okay.
does.
I'm gonna check. Oh, I found an omelet in the trash.
Oh, you can
That's
donate
nice.
it to the center.
The omelet?
Yeah, we need an omelet.
I need an Oh, I forgot
No, we
there's
don't.
Or the
food items.
bulletin board, I think.
No, but it's not flashing.
A fried egg.
Yeah, an omelet's different.
So we could cook the fried egg on that stove.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just need 1 egg left to be left and not made into mayonnaise.
What'd y'all do with the stove?
It's nothing yet. It's just there.
I don't
It's
see
not
it.
there anymore.
What? I didn't destroy it. I put it there.
Maybe it's temporary?
It
No.
must be. I'll look it up here shortly.
I think it was.
Because it was right next to the other fire, right? It's
Yeah.
not here.
It was.
I got 2 iron ore from Clint's trash can.
Ooh.
How dare he waste
Okay,
iron
so
ore?
low rings are low
Where else
silver
are the
essence.
trash cans?
Yeah,
I
let me
mean,
know
it's
when
not
y'all
a
get down
lot,
to.
I suppose, the cookout kit. It doesn't take a lot of resources, so maybe that's
No.
it, yeah.
Michigan!
It just says useless to create a cooking campfire, allowing you
Yeah.
to cook on the go.
Maybe someone picked it up by mistake? I don't know.
I don't see it. Mm-mm.
Weird. Because I made one in my own walk playthrough and it didn't disappear. So. Confused.
Yeah.
Oh, it didn't? I wonder if somebody accidentally hammered it or something and it broke. I wonder if they break.
I mean, we haven't cooked with it yet, so that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
At all. Wow, I just hit the ghost for 42. Damn. And another solar essence.
Rude.
I've done this I don't know how many times today. I keep refilling it.
I love how Beef and Angus don't have torches over here.
Okay, we finally have all the iron we need. We just gotta get those dang solar things.
Yeah.
And then we can have glow rings.
Nice. Quality retaining soil.
Oh.
Was the cave carrot donated yet? No, I'm just running from you guys. I don't have time to fight because it's nearly 12. Fuck
Yes.
off.
Yes, cave carrot has already been donated.
Okay. Running, running, running.
How are you, Michigan? I hope you're doing good. I hope you're having a good day.
Almost there. Hi there.
Hello. It's 1 a.m. I should probably be heading to bed, not away from bed. How much your check? Oh.
Level up farming. Level 3.
Yep. Let's see. I'm trying to fix my setup here. Is that where I had it before? I think so. I don't know.
Hey, we made some decent money.
All those melons are worth a ton.
Yeah.
Melons.
Well,
Damn, they are. The squid
We
looks
probably-
so cute. Or the
We probably need to
octopus.
be growing wheat, guys, because we need it for the community center.
isn't that fall though?
It might be. I don't remember.
No, you can already get them. You can buy them already. Spirits are very happy today. Share everybody with good fortune. clearance I need tomorrow. Eh.
Hey, look at our
Hello,
blueberries. We got
Poke
some
Buddy.
blueberries.
Ooh.
Artist, you haven't selected a buddy yet. Select one by clicking the heart icon in the extension.
What?
Ooh. I didn't know about Poke Buddies.
What?
You don't own that ball. Apparently you can have Pokemon buddies.
Oh yeah.
How does that work?
Artist doesn't work that way.
Well, use one that I do.
What? We just got refined.
If you
quartz
just do
from the trash thing.
General, oh yeah, you don't own
From the
that ball.
CD.
Maybe you don't own any. You have to do Poke Shop thingamajiggy.
No, you have to. It won't just use the random ones that you use.
Okay, I'm leaving the chickens trapped on purpose to get the hay. So,
Okay.
because they have to eat something. Ooh, excuse me. Hey, Momo and I caught it. They literally have so many different balls. Do you and basic PokeCat should use whatever then? You can sell the ones that you're not using though.
I'm trying to get the gold we need.
Mm.
Wait, I will put the warp totems for the beach into the fishing chest.
Oh.
That makes sense.
I have
Still had
more
the
balls
money.
than the guys in my life.
Yeah.
Oh, artist.
I mean, it doesn't
Yeah.
help if you keep castrating them.
Wow.
Not wrong.
Rawr.
I'll just do the trash today.
Okay.
Tell me again why we're not growing mushrooms.
Because I need my trees.
Mm.
Do you guys
Your
want
specialties?
to do the iron axe yet, so we can get more hardwood from the forest thingy?
How much does it cost?
It's 5 iron probably, and 5 maybe.
Oh,
two.
depends on whether you want your
2,000
glow rings first or not.
Oh, shit!
yeah.
Right. How much does that need?
15 for the 3 of us.
Oh shit! We're at 14 now.
Yeah,
we
the
had 15.
steel. Well, so the steel axe, which is our next upgrade, is 5,000 gold and 5 iron bars.
Okay.
So it's a lot of
I'm happy
gold,
to
too.
wait for the glow ring a bit, but if you don't want to do the... Do we need hardwood for anything, by the way?
No.
Okay.
No, I made my 3 mushroom logs, so right now we don't need it.
Okay, then we'll wait.
Because we
okay,
might
I'll
want to
go back.
expand our bags before we spend, I don't know,
Yeah.
level 2. And our bags are 10,000 apiece.
Ouch.
Mm-hmm. But I
Oh,
want to
shit,
buy
we need-
some animals, but people aren't there to let me buy them today.
Oh yeah, it's Tuesday, isn't it?
Monday.
And also, we might want to do the... Wait, no? Do we really need to...
Me walking around picking up random moss again.
Not my
And we
fault.
want... Maybe we want to also... Oh, you can make 1 crab pot after that then. So we can get the lobster for the community center.
Oh, yeah.
You can actually put them in your town Or in your
Yeah.
at your farm now?
Yeah.
It works.
Do
Does
they
it?
work even though it's not
Even
the
for
ocean?
lobster?
They work because I got a black one in my own build.
Oh, that's weird.
Oh, crayfish? Yeah. Maybe that's a
The
crayfish
black
is
one,
why.
right?
It might
Yeah,
be
that's the
freshwater
crayfish.
crayfish.
Oh.
But that works. So as long as it fills in the holes, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I put them right where the chickens are. So
Sweet.
yeah. Back in the mine we go, trying to get to level 60.
Oh, Momo, is Carly's purple still too much? Too dark?
Pretty much.
Okay.
It's barely readable, but you know.
Yeah.
Oh. Ooh, we got some jade.
I don't. That one's not pretty yet. It's not pretty enough. There we go. That's the pretty enough blue.
Oh, that is pretty.
Mad she's not there to let me buy chickens today.
Much easier to read.
How dare she? That is
Yeah,
indeed
right?
much easier to read. It's a nice turquoise,
Yeah.
I suppose, or more aqua. I don't know.
Yeah. Probably couldn't even see their name.
Yep.
Love that. I also use a different colored background than the default.
I really hate fighting the slime so much. Oh my god, the map has turned dark. What happens then?
What?
Lots of bats. Okay, that's what
Oh yeah.
happens.
Yeah, the baddies come out.
So much fun dealing with the trash.
Trash people, trash people. Oh
At
my
least
god,
we
there's
can
so many
finally
bats.
recycle it all.
I'm recycling it.
So at least we can.
Yeah.
Bats, don't kill me.
We now have 27 torches in my pocket
Why so many torches?
because we had that many newspapers.
Oh, jeez.
We had. I
Oh,
think
y'all
we
made
already
it to the
had
level that has
17,
the
but
solar essences now?
Mhm.
Cool.
What?
Oh, the fact that you got solar essence.
Yeah, I had 3 in total, so already got one to the community, and then
Cool.
Okay,
So
cool.
should
We
we
just
grab
need
2?
geode.
we need 15. Huh?
15
Pepperoni
solar
pizza
essence.
where? What? Pizza.
Did you say
Drink water.
15
Oh crap.
solar essence?
What do you need 15 for?
Hmm.
Oh no.
Mono,
Uh-huh.
what do you need 15 for?
I need, hold on, 15 of those and 15 iron bars so that we can have 3 glow rings.
Oh, 3 total.
50?
Okay.
You need 50?
3 total. 15
3.
of the solar essence.
Yeah, 5, 5, and 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just grouping us all
3
together.
more.
Yeah, we need 5 of each.
One of those.
Jesus,
Why is it so late? It's too late to go fishing.
I got another, and I got a gold ore. Yes.
We don't need anything fished right now anyway. We can't
Go
fish what
away,
we need right now.
slime. No time for you. Mining stuff. Oh, what's this? Okay, fuck off.
Posture check. Okay.
No.
Topaz.
Feet on the floor. Guilty.
Oh,
Always
shit.
have them in the chair.
Don't you dare run away from me if you're the one who initiated the fight.
Hey, look at you, artist, having a single shiny.
I know, look at that. I wonder what
I don't
mine
even think
says.
I have a shiny.
Did you?
No, I don't. No shinies.
How do you know?
It doesn't tell me. It only tells me the ranks. If I had any
Artist, look
shinies,
at
it
all
would
the
tell
money
me.
you have. Why are you not buying Pokeballs?
Artist.
Why are you not buying balls when you have that much money?
Saving up.
Considering I only play on this stream.
I mean, you could buy that many, or that many.
Okay, we're
Pokeshop.
gonna have a lot of iron after this. Get an iron.
Oh my goodness.
You
For
have
all
so
of them.
many. They're just not using them?
I imagine.
You have to specifically name those balls to use
Yeah.
those balls. You have to say poke, catch, curve ball, poke, catch, feather ball. Or you can sell them all if you're not interested in worrying about which type and then just buy more balls. But the Ultra Ball,
so
you definitely have one of those. I use my Ultra and Great Ball. I also have normal Pokeballs. I don't see any normal Pokeballs in the list anyway. You have Great Balls and an Ultra Ball, but I don't see any Pokeballs.
I actually found a glow ring.
There's
in the
a
dungeon.
clone ball.
Guys.
It's okay.
Heck yeah.
Mono.
Uh-huh.
You only need to make 2 glow rings because I just found one.
Oh, sweet. So you've got the whatever kind one? This one?
What?
The regular kind.
The glowstone ring? Or which one do you have?
I have glow ring? It just says glow ring, actually.
Increases your radius for collecting items. This one does too.
Oh, that one's the magnet as well.
Yeah, this
I
one's
got the magnet
magnetic.
already. I found it as well.
Hey, it's bedtime, guys.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Okay. So it's up to you whether you want the better ring or not.
Is it better?
It glows and magnets, but I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Now I have 2 separate ones. So
I mean, you can use 2 separate ones for now, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna say. Like, for now, there's no third that I have or want.
Mm-hmm.
Almost home.
Can someone check the weather before they get in bed? Actually, here, I'll just get it.
No, it's sunny tomorrow. Too bad. I checked this morning.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sunny. Poke gift. You lose 5 active players? Dang it. Where's the 5 active players?
Is that you? A minor stream?
We got Momo, Artist, Rain, and Turtle here. That's 5, right?
Ugh. But they're not active.
If we're not all actively trying to poke catch the next Pokemon that comes up, I guess.
Oh, they're very happy today, and it is gonna be sunny tomorrow. Fuck! Why does this game hate me?
Pierre Store's now selling fertilizer. Okay.
Oh, so there's blueberries in this right chest.
Oh, we can get those to the community.
We have blueberries.
Yeah. Yeah, we planted some blueberries.
Nice.
Alice!
Move, chicken. Chickens are in my way. Gotta love it.
I found 3 Omni Geodes
Yeah.
on mine, so we might get some good stuff from that.
Great balls.
A fire?
Oh, so we are gonna try to catch real quick. Put your
Oh,
poke
so the
catch in
frozen-
chat, guys. Turtle, put your poke catch. Everybody put your poke catch so artists can give a gift.
Oh. The frozen deer we
Yes.
can sell now, right? Because we already donated it, or didn't we?
I got a gift.
Yay!
Hopeful is presented to Momo too. Momo, I got a premiere ball and Momo got a poke ball.
Ooh, I
How does
got
that
dragon
work?
scale.
Thank you, artist.
Can I do that too?
No, it'll make us do it later.
Uh,
Gotta wait 20 minutes so we can do it again.
Oh.
Wait, are you making grape jelly with grapes? Probably.
Hey, Momo. This
Yeah?
first chest I'm putting in the hay for the community center.
Okay. Oh, you have 2 produce chests now? Nice.
Yeah. Because we'll have
Look,
that
the
much
amount of
produce.
dive balls that I have, and I can't sell them. It won't let me sell my dive balls.
It really won't?
No, not my dive ones.
Didn't you have a yam? Or was that the one from summer or winter?
It was that one other one.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, the train!
Oh,
I'm already there. Hold on.
hey, pick stuff up.
Gee,
I was
the
standing
mayo?
outside of
No! You got a puppy?
Chile.
What? Oh, Growlithe.
Popper.
Nice.
Growlithe.
What's on these?
Puppy.
What am I gonna get? Drink the mayo. I've already done that. Hey, look, a geode.
Nice.
Geodes!
Many?
Holy geodes, man!
What?
You know the
7,
geodes, girl.
8. The train.
Nice.
Oh. I forgot it goes by and it drops stuff, right?
Yeah. Got 8 geodes off that. Okay. And a bunch of wood. Actually, I
Would
got
ya?
11 geodes. 8
Nice.
wood. Oh, there's another few geodes. Alright, 15 geodes and 8 wood.
Nice.
And
Good
also,
catch.
I got some moss from the trees in the area that were by the train.
We have a surplus on moss right now.
We do. I'll take it though.
It's Marnie. Is she not working for 2 days?
She
That's
doesn't work on
weird.
Tuesdays.
But
She wasn't
there
working yesterday either.
Yeah, Tuesdays she's with Robin.
So Mondays and Tuesdays she doesn't work?
Yeah,
sucks.
she's at Pierce doing her stupid, silly BS. It was good spirits today, right?
I think so.
Okay. I'm gonna take these geodes to Clint.
I can check for you. Fortune teller. Very happy. Oh, you
Okay,
might want to
cool.
have the omnis as well.
Oh, I'm already here. You want to bring them
No,
to me?
I'm coming to the community center so I can bring them.
Oh, I'll meet you
I
at
can
the
meet
center
you
then.
halfway. I think I have everything I wanted to bring.
Mono's checking the trash.
How do you know? You can hear it or
I
something?
hear you.
I think we have enough chilies already, so I can sell these.
Got bread and the growlet.
Oh shit, I forgot to do the flowers near the front door. No, there's not that many anyway. Bunch of stuff. Oi! Why are you hitting
I
me?
clicked back on.
Yeah, I would say the same. You know you can actually just do this.
Yeah, I'm gonna check the
Yeah.
trash over there while you're over there. The
Yay.
chemicals over there.
You go be a trash panda.
Yeah, y'all go be trash pandas while you're over there. Oh, you're not over there anymore.
Wait, huh? Wait. Oh, no, this is Mono. Now I'm gonna do the... I have some stuff for the community center.
I also
And I'm
figured
going
out
to
how
put-
to select your buddy. How? Oh, in the little channel thing? Buying us some animals tomorrow, guys.
Process
Woo.
geodes.
We
That was
got a quality sprinkler. Just one, though.
Kyanite. I don't know if we donated that or not. We did. We didn't
What?
donate this guy. Hey, look, I got an earth crystal out of that.
Ew.
There's a few things that Gunther doesn't have yet.
Mona, do you have 2 pickaxes now? Or do you just
No.
brought your own?
I just brought my own.
Okay.
Is the other one
I'll
outside
join
of the mine thing, or you just got
Yeah,
it on
yeah,
your
I
own?
leave it there every time.
Oh, I didn't even look. I should have. I didn't even
That's
look.
what
I'm
we
terrible.
promised to do.
I know, but you're. I don't know. It's more like before last day, you know?
Hi.
Ah, there.
I'll just take that one.
Ah! I didn't know you were coming in here. I'm so sorry. See, this is where I don't pick it up. 'Cause-
It's okay.
Okay.
You can.
This
you
is
can,
a nightmare
you can have
in
the
here
fun
right
now. You can have the fun with it now. I'll
This
take
is
the
a
ghost.
nightmare. There's so many of them.
I have a club, so I'll club them to death.
There's all the baddies right now.
You cleared away, I hit.
Okay. I gotta clear the way. They're hitting me. There was
There you
too
go,
many.
you're done.
Ghost!
Oh wait, huh? He teleported. And he did. Yay, we got another solar. Yeah, we're
Can't
not
reach
hitting
it.
anymore. We need
Alright.
to.
I'm gonna wait here for Sam.
There we go. Thank
With my
goodness.
Doja Cola.
Nice. You want to instantly go down?
Yes. There's so many bad guys
There.
today.
Yeah.
Ghost.
Why is that in this room?
Are there 2 ghosts? No, that's the same one.
Just a bat, but don't see me.
Leave me alone. Yeah, we got enough solar now.
Hmm?
We got enough
Hey
of
guys.
the...
How many did you get?
There's a thing in the back room of the
Of the...
hold on. Of the saloon.
Oh, what kind
Show
of
me.
thing?
I don't know, but I don't have a pickaxe to do the thing.
Ooh.
Looks like in one of the rooms.
Yeah.
You want the with the barrel room, you mean?
Yeah.
There used
Yeah,
to be
there's
a
something
thing back
there.
there.
It's
There's
like
like
a
a
hidden room, I
quest.
think.
Yeah. Oh, down here, Mama.
Alright, well, Sam fucking sucks, and he's not where I needed them to be, so. I guess he's not getting a Joja Cola.
Oh, I'm gonna die if I don't eat this snack.
Eat it. Too bad that little thing in the top left corner isn't
Oh,
anything.
buddy. Gardevoir. Cute. Oh, yeah, like you can't go in there.
Gardevoir.
Yeah, I thought it was like a hidden room or
I
something.
don't know what mine is.
Oh, I ain't going in there without
Oh,
one.
yeah.
Hollow, welcome. Thank you for the raid, Hollow.
Why was there a heart above the slime?
Because they're more evil.
No, above it.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, is that the
It's
mating
because it's
heart? It's the
mating.
flower. Yeah, they were mating. They were having babies. Welcome, Hollow.
I need food. I have nothing. Oh wait, I do. I have a spice berry, but that's it.
Run. Yeah, there's a baby slime over there now. I don't
But I
have
killed the one with
anything.
the heart, so that's kind of weird. I'm just gonna eat this spice berry. It's a gold one, but eh. Or else I'm gonna die.
Yeah, I can't do any more digging or fighting or anything.
I can.
I wish the
What
way
level
down
are
was
we?
here.
What level are we?
58.
We're so
Oh
close.
my god.
Yeah,
Can't make it.
I know.
Oh, we can't. Time.
Yeah, we gotta leave. Because I can't fight, I gotta run.
Run, Mono.
And this bat is chasing me. He wants to murder me. Yeah, I wish I had food, but I don't.
I'm gonna try for it.
But yeah, welcome, Hollow. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, readers.
Hi, Pipe.
Welcome.
Anyone?
Time to leave anyway. We gotta head home.
I'm hungry.
Midnight. How was your stream? Hello. I hope it was a good one.
Oh shit! I ran into a bush.
Don't do that.
Mono, we're 6 hours apart again.
Guys, it's 1 a.m.
Yeah.
we're almost there.
Did you have a
Oh,
time
fine.
change?
Yeah, last Saturday.
Oh.
Spring forward. Yeah, we just have 1 week of ultimate, like, that there's only 5-hour difference between us. And then in winter, 1 week again, I think? Or,
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It's just 1 week of less time difference. Who's not in bed yet? Mono?
Me.
Mono. Go to bed, girl.
Okay. Cuddle.
Special.
Not me over here selling all my duplicate Pokemon.
Yo.
I don't even know how.
You go into the channel panel. There's a panel below my stream.
That one.
And you can sell all your Pokemons. You can also do a daily wonder trade for a random one.
Oh. Clear and sunny. Mildly perturbed today. Luck will not be on our side.
Oh, it's gonna be sunny again tomorrow.
That's what I just said.
I was just verifying that's what I heard.
Oh. Bling, 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 bling,
Yes.
bling. We have more than enough void solar essence now. We have 6.
Yay! Okay. To make one? Yeah. We need 10
it's just
to make
for
2.
one.
We need 5 each. 5 of each things
Right,
to make one, right?
That was it. I'm sorry, I forgot. Yeah.
Yeah.
Math. 8 and mathin'.
It's late. Wrap it up, guys. Everybody, poke catch. I'm sure it's been 20 minutes. And then we can do the gift thing if everybody poke catches. We have 5 of us doing
can
it.
help if I spell right.
Is it 9? 9.
Oh my god.
Oh, tomatoes are done. Oh, you have maple syrup.
What board is this? This weekend, summer 20 through 21st, can prove your freshwater skills and win prizes. Any personal item found near this sign will be sent to the lost and found.
Wait.
What?
Summer through the 20th and 21st. Prove your freshwater skills.
Fishing contest.
Win prizes.
Interesting.
See, there's a sign here.
Artist, you think I do the dailies? Not as much as I should.
I don't think we had enough people poke catch.
No, I didn't have a.
I could do a normal bowl.
I got the Rapidash. I just don't have.
No, we're talking about so she can gift.
I didn't get a gift from
No.
the daily.
Momo has a gift to give, but we can't do it unless
Really?
5 people participate. I think you said that. I
No,
do,
I don't know.
but it takes 5 people participating.
I'll try it.
There it goes.
That's fucking rigged. How do you?
I gave a gift to myself?
No, you gave it to the bot.
No! The bot doesn't even play.
What the fuck?
The bot doesn't even have the game.
You sure
That
about
doesn't
that?
make
Stream
sense.
is loading for me. I don't know if it's
Oh
really
yeah,
loading.
it's been weird. Oh, Nugget 2.
Weird.
Okay.
Oh no, am I dying? It looks
No.
like my...
It's
Hold
yeah,
on,
your
let me
internet
close.
is doing weird.
Let me close Chrome real quick and...
Chrome is
See
a
if
guzzler of
Yeah, it is.
resources.
I think it's my internet though.
Mommy!
Crops be watered. Whew, that was a lot.
Oof. It's really struggling right now.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on. Hopefully it'll fix itself in a second.
We didn't get any gold corn. Just silver. Sag. What are you buying?
Huh?
What are you buying? I saw someone buy
Phoebe.
something.
Phoebe.
Feed.
Phoebe.
Phoebe!
F-E-E-B.
Can I buy the birch chair? It's
What is that?
$3.50.
Your cow.
Oh.
Your
Oh
Phoebe.
yeah, sure. We can go to the forest then.
I
Use
need
it as-
another cow name.
Well, oh right, Phoebe. Oh, haha. Well, you can do
Sirloin.
What?
How do you spell that? S-I-R.
Sirloin.
Okay, I got it right.
With different kinds of cuts of fucking.
See,
Not like
and then I'm
Phoebe.
hoping 4 is the magic number, and then the next day it'll let me. If not, I might have to upgrade the dang buildings or something. I don't remember.
I'm putting the chair in the seed chest since it's the closest.
Oh yeah, sure.
My stream back up, guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Okay.
Um.
It looks like it's going up and down. I don't know what the heck's